Hello and welcome to the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. Today we have a big match between UTM and University of Waterloo. We will be your casters for this game. My name is Mad. With me I have Tyler. Tyler, we have a huge game on our hands today.
That's right. This is the semifinals match between, as you said, UTM and Waterloo. The next match will be SFU and UBC. And something to note that UTM did play one match yesterday, Waterloo
Mhm.
did not. So Waterloo might have a slight advantage coming in, but UTM could have an advantage being warmed up.
Yes, for sure. We get to see if Waterloo has some like secret strategies picked out for what UTM was playing the other day. Speaking of like different strategies, some meta picks that we've been seeing a lot of this patch since we were playing on 12-12 is that Wukong, that Zeri, and that Twitch. Do we expect to be seeing any of those picks or even the Senna in these games today?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The other day we did see, I think, all three of those, the Senna, the Twitch, and the Zeri. Oh, and it
Mhm.
looks like we're getting into draft right now. One of
We
those meta
are.
picks being the Yumi already banned away.
We saw Mickey X popping off with that on Excel
I don't I
over
don't
in
know
Europe.
about popping off. It's Yumi,
Well,
right?
it is a UV popping up, and I guess the way the UV can.
Right.
So dangerous pick, especially if a team wants to pick up that Ezreal or that Twitch because she can be a powerhouse with that.
Right. Jokes aside, Yumi is really strong for any carry.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
the
and
Elise
Elise
banned
gonna be
away.
gone.
Yeah.
Mm. Interesting ban. I haven't really seen it. Maybe UTM had a secret strategy, or Waterloo just knows something that we don't about this Elise pick. But Diana gonna be also banned from UTM, maybe avoiding that
Mm,
Diana Yasuo combination.
right. UTM did play against that yesterday. They did win, but it's
Mhm.
still very, very strong.
Just
The
not
Elise
wanting to play against it again, I guess.
yeah, the Elise actually I did hear that the UTM jungler is a bit of an Elise main, so probably targeted towards him.
Oh, they're playing dirty with the bans then. They're just trying to, target banning the jungler. I see how it is. But if we have once again one of those power picks and Senna gonna be taken off the board.
Right. And we still have the Zeri and the Twitch left up. So
Mhm,
we'll see which maybe one of those makes it through.
mhm.
I'm not
Sorry, UTM will be on the blue side, so they have the priority to pick one of those picks they want to. It's probably not gonna be banned from them.
right. So now
Mhm,
they have sort of pinched Waterloo, I guess you could say, with the Aatrox ban. Waterloo is going
mhm.
to have to decide whether they want to ban out the and they choose to
Oh,
ban neither. The
you know
Seraphine?
what? Seraphine is really strong now. I think she is pretty well, unless you've seen her in your rank games, you know how OP she can be in bot lane, mid lane, and support role, three-way flex. Quite dangerous for the blue side to pick up this early on.
Yeah, she is absurdly strong this patch with all
Mhm,
the healing and the more durability, sort of the word of the
mhm.
patch, I guess.
Yeah.
The
With the Aatrox ban, I'm thinking maybe UTM wants to pick a top laner here, and it is gonna be the
Wow.
Gangplank. Trying to set up, bending away the Aatrox to make sure the Gangplank can get an easier lane. We've been seeing Kale being picked into this a lot over in the LPL. I wonder if they're gonna try something similar with Waterloo.
Right. Now, top lane first pick is not something you normally see because counter picks are so
Mhm.
prevalent in that role, but this just goes to show how confident the UTM top laner is in his GP.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. And it is that Zeri that's being hovered
Mm.
will be picked up by Waterloo. Really strong pick, and the Wukong being hovered. I'm assuming this will be locked in because of how strong he is, unless
Oh.
it's just a Bel'Veth switch up.
Oh, this
I
could be
wouldn't mind a
exciting.
little Bel'Veth action.
Right. We haven't seen this yet. I don't think we've seen it in pro, and we didn't see it yesterday.
Mhm.
So this would be sort of my first look at least in a competitive
Yeah, for
scenario.
mine too. Oh, it will be just a Wukong.
They do go with
They're
Wukong.
baiting us, Tyler. They're baiting us. They
I
don't
did
want us to
fall
see
for it.
it.
They held it for a while, but we were talking before this, and you did say
Mhm.
that Wukong is a very strong pick this patch with his W
Absolutely.
changes.
It can be flexed to top and to support if they wanted, but that would be if they had the Senna. I
Mm,
doubt it though, since he's so powerful in the jungle role right now. He is one of those really strong picks. So probably going to the jungle, and Twitch will be locked in by UTM.
right, that was our third pick to watch, sort of from the
Mhm.
bottom lane: the Senna, the Seri, and the Twitch, and all three of them fully present in this draft. Senna banned away, Twitch taken by UTM,
Mhm.
and Waterloo going for the Zeri. I don't
Typically, I
feel.
think.
No, you
I'm
go ahead.
sorry, you don't feel it?
Yeah, no, I don't feel that Zeri or Twitch is like either one is a more winning matchup. They're fairly
Mhm.
even. They're both sort of late game team fight threats. Um, but again, we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree because they're both really want to scale into that late game. So we'll see kind of what happens. Zillion was locked in, giving Twitch a little more safety in that lane. Can bully out the Zeri if you want to, revive the Twitch, which is really good. I think Twitch really thrives with an Enchanter.
And you also have to account for that Zillion slow. I think it's something like
Mhm.
something insane. And for the Zeri who wants to run quick, that can shut her down really easily.
And Vladimir will be picked up, probably going top lane into the Gangplank. I believe we saw a matchup like this in Korea, or was it in LPL? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But in that matchup, I think the Vladimir ended up winning into that game.
Right. And both of these champs, one of them's AD, one of them's AP, they would both like to look to scale.
Mhm.
So laning shouldn't be too volatile. I would give it to the Gangplank though, in
Yeah,
terms of
I
priority.
yeah, yeah, for sure. Lulu and Yasuo banned away. I'm assuming the Lulu ban is because they think the Zillion will be going mid and not in the support role, unless there's a Lulu mid that they're looking out for. Lulu is really strong with Twitch if they had a bot
Absolutely.
lane like that.
And again, they did already ban the Diana, but they didn't want to take any chances with that Wukong ultimate and the Yasuo combination.
Absolutely.
They did play against that yesterday. I guess they were sick of it. Did not want to play against that again.
Yeah. And Azir being banned, just targeting out the mid laner. Azir really strong right now. Durability patch has been really boosting his play rate, his power, especially with his attack speed, Nashor's Tooth build. Just taking that off the table for UTM.
Yeah, let's see what UTM's going to look to ban here. Probably a support or a mid laner, I would assume. It looks like it's going to be mid. Oh, support.
It'll be
Set Sona.
Sona. Sona banned away. I don't know how Sona matches into to Zillion Twitch, but I can see it being very hard to engage onto a Sona if you ever
Mm.
tried to with Zarian lane.
And I mean, we've talked about how strong Seraphine is, and Sona's kind of like a weaker Seraphine. I'll say it.
Yeah,
So
yeah, for sure, 100%.
it's not to say that she's weak. She is still quite strong.
Yes. Rakan will be locked in, counterpicking the Zillion. I I'm not sure about this pick to be honest. I always thought Zillion was a kind of a counter to Rakan in lane, at least in professional play. But maybe there's a secret hidden in Waterloo's play. Maybe they have some special lined up for this.
It looks like UTM might actually have something special lined up for this if they lock in
Oh,
that
the
Veigar.
Veigar.
The cage makes it so hard for Rakan to do anything, even with his ult and his knockup. And
And
yeah,
will be
locked
locked
in.
in. Yeah, I don't know how you engage into this UTM comp with Zillion Veigar. It's going to be a really hard time for Rakan and Wukong to get in.
They did pick the Seji last game. It was pretty strong. Like towards the end of the game, it looked pretty unkillable. So I wouldn't
Mhm.
be surprised if they go with it here.
Yeah, just wanting some front line to protect that Twitch Gangplank scaling and Veigar. That is the one thing that they were lacking really with this composition. Now they're kind of covering their bases with it.
They're hovering to Yone over on that side. It looks like they want some pretty hard dive on Waterloo's team with the
And if
Rakan, the Yone, and the Wukong.
Yeah, if they do lock in the Yone. So with this, it means they're relying purely on Vladimir as their AP damage with this.
Oh,
Vladimir is a really high scaling a character, and so it doesn't incentivize UTM really from building magic resistance. So he'll be doing a lot of damage. So I think Waterloo is really trying to look at carrying the game through top lane this game.
absolutely. This Vlad can, like, if you get him late, he will put out so much damage. Just like the
Mhm.
Zeri. But it's the same on UTM's team. Like, both teams are pretty strong on the scaling with the Twitch, the Veigar, the GP, even the Zillion, I guess you could say, with that ultimate.
Yeah, for sure. I'd say when it comes to the late game, I think UTM might have that slight edge. Be seeing as they do have the Twitch, they have the Veigar, they have the Gangplank, three really big hyperscalers. But we have to see what University of Waterloo does with their early game because the Wukong Yone can really influence the map with Rakan as well. If they can get some big early game influence, we might not make it till late to see what this composition for UTM can do.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I'd love to see this Rakan and the Wukong teaming up, roaming around, maybe even picking up the Yone, seeing where they can move around. If they're able to shut down this Twitch or this GP, that would be huge for Waterloo.
Yeah.
Something to note though, UTM has one teleport, Waterloo has none. They have 3 ignites.
Well, that's true.
So,
Gonna be hard to really move around the map then from Waterloo without
right.
those TPs. Having a TP on Veigar is very useful because he can, especially before 14, since he can't teleport aggressively, having the defensive TP on Veigar is really useful because any tower dive opportunity, he can cage and defend really well.
Yeah, he is super safe, and with that TP, he's able to get back to lane nice and easy. But
Yeah.
that
Oh,
does
yeah.
mean UTM does have two global threats with the Veigar teleport and the GP ultimate.
Mhm.
Maybe they're going to be looking bottom on the Zeri, but it's kind of like it's not something that like a really easy engage with the Zillion and the Twitch.
Yeah, for sure. Especially because the lane, I don't expect there to be too much fighting in that lane. Just because both are going to be really wanting to secure their CS, just kind of survive, get to late game. Because as soon as one of these two carries dies and gives the other carry a kill, they can snowball it into fast scaling into the late game, and really abuse the other laner.
Yeah, there was an LCS game sort of this weekend. I forget which teams it was, but Twitch, he got 4 items. As soon as he got 4 items, they won the game. Like that's just how it is sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. I
Really
think
slow,
that was the Team Liquid FlyQuest game actually.
Oh
I think.
yes, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, with Johnson and Twitch. Actually, he played into the Zeri as well with Hansama's Zeri. And so we saw just how dangerous that Twitch can be.
Mhm. Mhm. Now, I feel like our most volatile lane is probably gonna be that mid lane.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure where junglers are gonna be starting. But I feel like this Veigar might get a little picked on by the Wukong and the Yone here.
Yeah, I think they have to on Waterloo's side. They have a really, really strong mid jungle roam potential. So if Wukong can like put Veigar behind and free up Yone to roam around the map with him, it'll be really dangerous. So I think that's a really big win condition for this Waterloo team.
Yeah, definitely something to look out for.
Mhm.
Twitch does have heal instead of cleanse too, whereas Zeri does have cleanse. But I guess on the Waterloo side, there's not a lot of CC that isn't a knockup, so we can't really cleanse much of that.
Yeah, and if he does like cleanse one knockup, he'll just get knocked up again.
Hmm.
With all the CC that they have, maybe he sees it's not worth it. I love you. Clearly confident in his kiting ability,
Yeah,
so
his
we'll just
movement.
kind of see how protected he can be.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. We'll also have to see sort of how these team fights go down. Um,
Mhm.
which teams are positioning better. I think that will be very vital for this sort of mid game and maybe towards the late game.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. We have been talking about the early game a lot, but with the late game, there's some big team fight potential with wombo combos from University of Waterloo and hyperscaling coming out of UTM. So we're definitely gonna have some really interesting team fights going on.
Right. And let me ask you about dragons. Who
Yes.
do you think is going to be getting that first dragon, maybe second?
If I had to put my money on it, I would say Waterloo would get the first dragon. After that, I think it's a bit of a toss up because once the level sixes are hit, Gangplank can really influence the map with his ultimate, as you were saying earlier. They're going to be a lot harder for Waterloo to contest with Gangplank ultimate. But in the early game, Wukong Yone I think beats the Sejuani Veigar in the 2v2, and it's going
Yeah,
to be very hard for Zillion to match the Rakan moving around the map in the early game pre six. So
that's
we'll have to
very
see what
true.
happens, I think. I
I
think
even
bot lane's very influential to this, though.
hmm we'll see if there's any early leads, maybe any missteps by any of the bot laners. But I do agree with you. I think Seji Veigar is really really weak skirmish.
Yeah,
So even Harold might go over to Waterloo.
yeah. I would have to agree with you there. I think early objective control, I think is also really important for Arlu to get those early objectives. Um,
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Don't worry, Grissom. I'll leave you the scraps.
ahead early and trying to get those that control for dragons, as we were talking about earlier. Using the smite on the red buff. A little early for my liking, but I'm not in the game, so who am I to say anything?
He's just going for that really fast clear, I guess.
Mhm.
Both junglers actually going to their Krugs right away, so it doesn't look like they're trying to get any early ganks off.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a full clear angle. That has been the meta for quite a little bit in the jungle, especially with a lot of these fast clear junglers.
Right.
Wukong, not the fastest of clears, but I believe faster than Sejuani. It looks like they're about even right now, at least. But what's really going to tell us is these chickens. Sejuani having a little more AoE than the Wukong. Wukong engages onto the Zillion, chunking him out. That's big damage onto the Zillion this early on in the game.
Big damage. Zillion, though, just going to keep throwing those time bombs. Getting a little bit of chip damage onto the Zeri, the Rakan, whoever he can get.
Yeah. Zillion able to heal up a little bit. Trade looking a little more even between the bot laners. No one burning any sums yet. Level 2 acquired by both. Rakan going in for an engage, misses the knockup.
Very, very aggressive on this Rakan. He looks like he really wants to punish the Zillion early.
He really wants to assert the dominance. Wukong trying for an invade. Not gonna really work.
This is really interesting. I was not expecting that invade at all. Didn't get much done, but again, he didn't lose that much. So
yeah, it was a big risk because now Sejuani's ahead one camp on him, but he has an early priority. Engage onto the Zillion, knocks him up. Guess the auto backs off. Good trade from Waterloo. They're really winning a lot of these bot lane trades.
Right. Rakan's being very, very aggressive here. But again, this Zeri not super strong early. Like, she doesn't have very much lethal damage until maybe she gets that ultimate. So I'm not sure these aggressive puppies are going to turn into anything.
For sure. Zeri not really known for that early game damage. Zillion known for his early game protection. Well, at least with his bombs, his shielding, his slows. Gonna be really hard to get an all-in, especially when then he's playing under the tower. As you can see there, Rakan misses the W, punished for it with a big claw.
Right.
I think this is how the bot lane's gonna look all game until one of the junglers tries to influence it.
It's a lot more exciting than I was expecting, though. So I'm looking for God for that.
We're not getting any boring bot lane any action. Yeah.
Nobody's just farming up, sports roaming, but every other lane is sort of going as we would expect. This Vlad GP is pretty even. GP is pushing into Vlad though. Again, mid lane, Yone's a little bit ahead in CS and pushing in the Veigar.
Yeah.
And then yeah, bot lane is just the most exciting so far with the Rakan engages.
I think Veigar's pretty happy sitting only 6 CS behind, especially since it's really hard for him to lane early against Yone. He has the range advantage, but Yone is really able to punish him with early aggression.
Right, he's so mobile, like as we saw with that E right there. Seji looking for something bottom. There are no wards on the side of Waterloo, so maybe they get something here.
Yeah, pushing forward. This is the first time we've really seen bot lane past the halfway point. Sej will just help them push out the lane though. It won't be sticking around for too much longer. They want to get their reset off.
And that's fine.
Yeah. I think this is what they're really looking for. Waterloo will be able to freeze the lane. Zeri looks like that's what she's going for. Not the best situation for this bot lane when they come back. But it doesn't look like Waterloo will just back, so I don't think they'll be punished too hard. UTM for not completely crashing into another tower.
Yone getting his first back here. He is level 6, so everybody getting a decent reset for when Dragon is up. Again, it's hard to say who's gonna get this one, but I'm leaning towards Waterloo.
Yeah, I think Waterloo's really shown the early lane dominance in the bot lane, at least with their priority, being able to push UTM under tower. With the Wukong mid-jungle skirmish, they have a lot that they can do. Wukong going to be looking to trade top lane. Gangplank spots not on the ward, uses the ignite. Wukong has the flash, ult burned by GP. Doesn't look like we'll be able to kill the Wukong. This is pretty big. For the side of UTM, Sejuani can try to punish this by going towards the bot lane. She is top lane. Yone will be roaming bot lane. Rakan going for an engage, but missing so far.
There are pings on the Yone, which is... it's gonna be hard to get something on him with the flash and the ult. He's got so much disengage. But yeah, that was a really great sort of response to a gank, I guess you could say, by GP.
Yeah, GP playing it really safe, really pushing off that Wukong. Being able to burn his flash, that's going to be huge for the dragon fight coming up.
Right.
Because now Sejuani will have her flash, but Wukong will not. Not going to be able to get any flash knockups with the Zara once he has it. Sejuani looking top, goes with the flash engage. Pulling out is the Vladimir, able to heal back. Big tower damage going into Sejuani.
Oh!
She's gone, first blood to the Vladimir. Wow, I can't say that I was expecting that when I saw that readout.
No, not at all. That pool was so good for Vlad, and they weren't able to sort of lock him down. He managed to get back to the tower. I don't know.
That new tower damage coming in, you know, with the buffs 2 towers after the durability update, their damage isn't really to mess with anymore.
Right, they have dialed it back a tiny bit, but it's still a lot stronger than what it was. It looks like...
Oh, tower dive coming in from University of Waterloo. Really able to chip I Love You down. The ball lane's gonna need to do a reset here if they're not careful. Sejuani is coming to hover. Wukong is on a dragon.
Yeah, I think... I'm not a huge... Oh, here we go.
Oh, solo bolo in the mid lane. Yone just diving the Veigar under tower. Wow, I did not see that coming from the Yone, being able to just 1v1 the Veigar. Veigar messing up with his wave manipulation a little bit. Isn't able to fend off.
Early, I think.
Yeah, a little early of a cage for sure.
Yeah, I would have preferred if the Waterloo bottom lane just went to Dragon.
That's a tower dive and a quick 2 kills from Waterloo. They're just running kills around the map. They won't let us analyze this game at all.
Not at all. They're gonna say,
as soon as we get into the flow, they're just going for kills.
I guess they heard what I was saying about their tower dive, and they said, okay, we're gonna show you.
Yeah, they wanted to prove us wrong.
Right. Know. That was very fast tower dive.
Very clean. Nobody dying. Yeah, Waterloo really taking control of this early game. 1 early drag, 4 early kills, almost 3k gold ahead.
Right, and that's every lane winning for Waterloo here. You can see CS leads in top, mid, and bottom. Even in jungle a little bit. But again, this UTM team does have really nice scaling, so you can't count them out yet.
Yeah, for sure. I think as long as they survive a little bit, they will be fine. If they can get to the 25-30 minute mark, they will be pumping out some big damage.
Right, no mythics so far. As long as they're able to sort of stem the bleeding a little bit, I agree with you. I think they'll be able to definitely hang in it with Waterloo.
Colin, just trying to get some vision.
Classic.
Zillion's not really gonna happen. My vision cannot be stopped is what Zillion's trying to say. Yone looking for an engage onto Veigar, will get a little poke, sees the Zillion, and will back off. Not wanting to overexert himself, knows how powerful that Zillion is in stopping engages. We'll just play it safe, keep his advantage for now.
Zillion didn't have 6 on that dive, but now he has it up, so we'll see if maybe they try something a little more aggressive with that ultimate switch, but here we go.
Gangplank flashing out, Sejuani coming to protect him, Wukong going in onto the Gangplank. Getting the Q off, he will kill the Gangplank. Sejuani has to run for her life. In the bot lane, there's another fight going on. Threatening a tower dive, doesn't look like they'll go in for now, trying to get a good wave in. Since the jungler is topside getting the Herald. Vladimir looking for a tower dive on his own onto Sejuani. Will get frozen, will pull out though. Very safe laner. Almost killing Divinity. Divinity surviving on a small bit of HP while Wukong takes this Herald. Teleport back in from Veigar. Lots of action going on around the map, but looks like it'll calm down for now. Although as I say, it looks like Waterloo bot lane is looking
very
at
aggressively.
the tower.
Wukong does have this Herald, so I'd like to see if he sort of brings a bot, try and get the Zeri the gold, and maybe sort of open up that bottom side of the map a little bit.
Yeah, this bot lane tower is killable by that by that Herald. Good trade by Yone into the Veigar. Really just asserting his dominance.
Yeah, and do you know who else is asserting his dominance? Is Wukong. He's all over Seji's jungle right now. Looking for another kill onto the gangplank, maybe?
Oh, did not see this coming. He didn't clear the ward. Going for the knockup with the Wukong double knockup. Barrel not able to deter Legans, and Exhaustive will get another kill. That is 2 kills up for this Vladimir.
That's
Vladimir
really
is going to be
big.
quite a menace into the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. UTM not having the strongest early game here. I doubt they're going to be contesting this dragon, but maybe if they sort of hover around it, see if Waterloo makes any missteps, they can try and get a kill back.
Big engage from the Rakan. Sorry, excuse me. There. Seeing that crit from the Zeri W, Yone going in for a dive onto the Veigar, misses, or will take a tower shot as punishment.
And with that Yone E, he's so safe, it's so hard for Veigar to punish that.
Yeah, you can see with the cages he tries to keep him in, but he can just come back out and for free. Nothing really happening there. This tower's getting really low. If UTM isn't careful, they can get killed with the tower falling. Sejuani looking mid lane. Big cage flash knockup. Big damage coming in from Veigar, and Veigar will kill Yone, making it back even into the mid lane. Only 30 CS behind now, but now even with kills on Yone.
Blue team's turret.
Very big map movement from Sejuani there.
Yeah, and that's also really great map movement from Vlad, covering that wave, making sure they don't get a big crash, not losing very much minions. That said, GP will get some, GP time up with that top tower. He does still do quite a bit of damage to it.
Yeah, he will get some soul plates himself, really big, as Waterloo will secure their second dragon. Hextech Dragon will be the soul. Very big soul for both teams, although I think much bigger on UTM if they can get it with this Twitch. Twitch has really fast attack speed. If he can slow this Zeri with the Hextech Drake, I don't know how Zeri's going to be able to team fight.
But Zeri with the Hextech Drake is also pretty good.
That is also true. I think
double lightning too.
I think probably the most fun Drake that either these teams could get. We're in for a really nice team fight later.
Now UTM is showing some signs of life here with that kill onto Yone. Great play from Seji, great cage. I'd like to see a lot more of that. Like, they have so much good CC with the Seji and the Veigar. Oh.
As we say that, Rakan does get caught. We'll take a little bit of damage for his troubles.
Yep, nothing too serious though, again, just little vision wars.
Not really many objectives to fight for, so it doesn't look like UTM wants to commit too much, especially since they don't know where all the members of Waterloo are.
Right.
Yone will be pushing in this bot lane. And Vladimir is now showing top. So info on most of these. Big knockup onto the Zillion. Crit from the Zeri W. Wukong going in, but we'll just back off. Doesn't see a big play to be made. Veigar flash cage onto the Rakan. Rakan will get out. Zeri with the ult. Poking, prodding, trying to find something. Twitch is very low. Doesn't look like they'll be. Oh wait, but she's poking with her ultimate. Has to burn the heal. Vladimir going in on the flank. Gets the EW knockup. Zeri eing over the wall. Doesn't see the Twitch. Twitch is hidden. Twitch gets the trade, and it's a trade. Both ADCs down. Zeri getting the Twitch. Veigar getting the Zeri. Veigar is in danger though. Flash knockup coming in. Rukon. Vladimir will secure with the life drain. What a big team fight. Waterloo really getting a lot for that. 4 for 1.
Yeah,
really
and
running away with
towers.
Mid-game.
And 2 towers.
And 2 towers.
Yeah, that's really big for Waterloo there. It looked like UTM was maybe going to get out by the skin of their teeth, and then that sort of Vlad came in with the pool and the E and sort of shut them down on that.
Yeah, Vladimir really turned around that fight, coming in on that flank. Really big and exhaustive.
Yeah.
Looking like the player to carry Waterloo this game, although Zeri is putting up numbers of her own.
Right, and you sort of saw it that fight, where Zeri and Twitch both have strong team fight, but once that Twitch burns that ult, the longer the fight goes, the happier Zeri is. She's sort of stacking up that ult, and Twitch he's out of juice eventually.
Yeah, and we really saw how hard it was for him to fight that fight, especially once he got low. Zeri's ultimate, being able to chain lightning across his teammates.
Everybody.
Yeah, his teammates kind of forcing him to take damage there, but nothing they could do. Twitch not really having a great time this game.
No, it looks like he's going for that Bork first. And again, he still doesn't have it. Zeri has 2 items. This is not looking good for that
Yes.
UTM bottom lane.
Zeri very much ahead on items, as you were
Yeah.
saying. We also see, if we look at Sejuani here, Sejuani is building a lot of armor on her side of things. This is what we were talking about earlier with this majority AD comp with the old solo AP Vladimir. If they do build the MR for the Vladimir, then they're susceptible to so much damage from Zeri, Wukong, and Yone. But if they stack up the armor, this Vladimir can really almost do true damage to these members of UTM.
Yeah, and he's so fed too, right? So he's already doing so much damage, and they can't afford to just build the MR, like as you're saying, since he's only 1 person. So
Yeah.
he's having a good time.
Very difficult spot for UTM to be in, as Second Herald will be picked up by University of Waterloo, uncontested for now. Looks like UTM is just trying to reclaim a little bit of vision in their topside jungle. Really claimed by Waterloo right now, with all these wards going down.
Yeah, if you look at the wards, UTM doesn't have any wards up in that topside jungle. They've got that single control ward by Raptors, and that's about all the vision they've got.
Yeah. Veigar getting a cage, Wolf Root, Gangplank ult coming in. Lagans is caught out a little bit, but it was just a clone. It was just a clone. I was baited a little bit.
I mean, UTM, they're looking at least, but not quite able to turn it into anything.
Yeah, they're poking, they're prodding, just can't do enough damage. Tyler, what do you see as UTM's way of getting back into this game?
Well, I think it's got to be exactly that. Like, they have to keep poking and prodding, see what they can get, because that Zeri, she's worth 500 gold, the Vlad, he's worth almost 1,000. If they can get these picks or any big shutdowns onto their carries, they'll be right back.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to be an uncontested 3rd Drake for University of Waterloo. Feeling pretty proud of themselves right now on a 10k gold lead.
Yeah, with 3 Drakes, it's definitely sort of a steep hill to climb for UTM.
Gangplank will claim that objective bounty though in the top lane. Really big for the UTM team. You know, comeback mechanics like this is really helpful to scaling comps like UTM's composition. So maybe they can get something back if they try and get some more objectives, but really hard for them to contest anything right now, especially with how strong all of Waterloo's members are.
Right. I wouldn't expect them to sort of go for a 5v5 team fight unless they were heavily advantaged by maybe a pick or really great positioning. And anything you can get with a 4v4 and a Gangplank ult, that's probably the best you're going to get from UTM.
River Scuttle going down to the Zeri, just keeping up that top lane control. Looking forward to this Baron, setting up vision for it. It will spawn in 10 seconds.
Right. UTM does look like they're a little concerned that they might take it, so they are all hovering. It's very risky to take such an early Baron, again with the durability patch changes. Oh, but here we go into Vlad.
Sejuani does find him. Very safe with that pool, but not safe enough. Will get flash stunned. Veigar damage coming in, almost killing him. And Gangplank will fall to Yone in the bot lane. Big team fight going on. Wukong knockup will kill the Sejuani. Zillion will fall. Twitch will fall as well. And now Zeri just chasing down this Veigar. It looked so good for UTM finding that Vladimir, but just couldn't collect. It's 5-0 for Waterloo, and it looks like it'll be quite an easy Baron take.
Right, that might be the game right there. I mean, they were so close to that pick onto Vlad, but they didn't quite have the damage on that, which is really, really unfortunate. That would have been huge for them. That would have been probably their best chance getting back to the game, but with all 5 members dead, sort of Waterloo is running all over the map. They're having a tough time with Baron.
Baron from Arcade is really giving it a hard time, but we'll collect it with this knife. Yone putting in big damage to that bot tower. Did he end up securing it? Doesn't look like it. But with this Baron buff, it's only a matter of time before that tower falls. Unless you can't find a big team fight here, maybe a big pick.
Now, a lot of times in close matches, you'll see sort of teams group as 5 or 4 and try and push for towers. I don't even think Waterloo has to do that. I think they can 1-3-1, 2-1-2, or whatever they want, because they're all very, very strong right now. Every single one of them.
And especially with the safety from Vladimir and Yone, you can have them kind of alone, push up a little bit, and then Yone can E backwards. Vladimir can pull out of there. They're just so safe that it's going to be very hard to catch either of those out if they're on the sidelines.
Yeah, exactly. And Zeri with that IE coming through, Twitch still working on that mythic item. This is it Waterloo's on the death march here.
Yeah, this Zeri is so powerful. She can probably just kind of 1v5 this game on her own.
She
You
really
know,
could.
she is a season 12 champion, so you know we know much too well how season 12 champions can play.
Yeah, still haven't seen the Viego or the Gwen coming through yet, or the Renata. But maybe next game.
Yeah, they are also very powerful picks.
Very, very strong.
UTM will probably be looking to try and figure something else out if they do end up losing this game, which looks very likely, unless they can find something to turn this game around. Maybe a pick onto the Zeri. You know, there's big shutdowns on Zeri and Vladimir right now. If they can maybe pick up one of those, put it on the Twitch or the Veigar, a big turn of momentum can come.
Yeah, for sure.
Team's turret has been destroyed.
But again,
1v1.
like this Zeri, the Yo, and the Vlad, they're all such strong champs, so it almost feels like just killing one of them won't be enough to win a team fight.
Yeah, there's just too many people. If I was in UTM comms, I wouldn't know really who is it that you're supposed to focus. Is it the Vladimir? Is it the Zeri? As we see this, Rakan does get an engage onto the Sejuani. Sejuani will pull back. Vladimir going in deep, chunking the gangplank. Sejuani follows it up with a stun, able to stopwatch it. Zeri will find the gangplank. Yone is a 4-man knockup.
Oh my god.
And I think that is game over. We'll be killing everyone. Resurrection coming in for the Twitch, but will not be resurrected permanently as he will be going to a great speed. Zillion, the last man standing, has to just run into the base. Zeri trying to chase him down. He will survive, but the Nexus towers will not, as Waterloo will be collecting the towers, collecting the Nexus, and collecting this game.
Right, and sort of that was sort of the best look at those team fight all we were talking about in draft. There's that wombo combo. We didn't fully get to see it, but we got a glimpse there, and it can be so strong and devastating. So
Yeah, for sure.
what did you think of that game? Like, what do you think UTM might look to change for next game?
You know, I think the biggest issue that UTM had that game was that jungle mid synergy. The jungle mid synergy really coming in clutch for the team of University of Waterloo. They really were able to get Wukong moving around the map. They were really able to punish with the top lane when Sejuani tried to gank, seeing how
Right.
weak her ganks was when she couldn't have Veigar following up with her. I think if I was UTM, I would be looking at that mid jungle synergy, trying to get something a little bit stronger. Maybe like an Ari Jarvan, Ari Wukong, picking that up on themselves. They will be able to have side selection for this next game, I'm pretty sure. So maybe they decide to go on red side. I know T1 thinks that blue side is the best side to be on right now. But we'll have to see. I think definitely though the mid jungle was that weakest point for UTM as they were the map was just run by Waterloo.
But yeah, definitely a point of weakness. We saw when one lane falls behind, you're kind of like, okay, maybe that's the laner. But when every lane's falling behind, you've got to sort of look to that jungler and look to that roaming synergy and see what like Waterloo was really just doing whatever they wanted on that map. Do you think Waterloo's probably going to go for a similar draft or a similar style in this next one?
You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, as they do say. I think they had a really strong composition there. If they do change anything, it'll probably be in response to what UTM picks. I can definitely see the Wukong staying. Definitely the scaling bot laners, Zeri, Twitch, Senna, all very strong right now. I think we're going to be seeing a very similar bot lane coming out of Waterloo, a very similar jungle pick coming out of Waterloo with either the Wukong or Viego. Mid lane and top lane is, I think, where big changes could happen. You know, we've definitely seen with the Vladimir pick how strong they can carry through the top lane. But we'll have to see if they decide to change something up and do a different carry in the top lane this time.
And with that, let's go to break and we'll see sort of what happens next game in a little bit.
Welcome back to the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We are your casters, Mad and Tyler. We're coming back after the break where Waterloo is now at match point after winning the first game into UTM with a hard stomp in that last game. Big moves coming out of both sides, but Waterloo ultimately victorious with that strong early game. Tyler, what do you have to say from that last game?
I mean, yeah, it was quite heavily Waterloo favored, so I'm really expecting UTM to make some adjustments to their draft and their strategy. I'm really hoping they take away some of those threats, like maybe that Zeri, maybe the Wukong, maybe even the Vlad, but it's sort of hard to ban something like that Vlad out, and maybe sort of again, like you were mentioning last time, changing up that mid jungle synergy.
Yeah, for sure. And as we enter the draft phase, I think UTM is really going to look towards that. Oh, never mind. We're not entering draft yet. Oh, we are. Okay, there we go. We're entering draft now. Elise being the first ban from Waterloo again, target banning the jungler of UTM. Um, yeah, I think counter picks on the UTM side are going to be really useful. We saw the Vlad counter pick coming in from the Gangplank last time. We saw Rakan running a mess in the bottom lane. So we'll see what happens. Zeri being banned by UTM, wanting to get rid of that from University of Waterloo. That's already a big change up from the last draft.
Right, yeah, and you sort of touched on it, but it is very important to note that Waterloo is on the blue side this game, UTM's on the red side. So maybe they would have preferred blue side, but because they were blue side last game, I think they've just had to change. Seraphine being banned out second by Waterloo. So very, very similar ban phase to what we saw last game.
And Diana again banned by UTM. Really wanted to get rid of that. Really scared of the Waterloo Diana play. It is a very strong pick. One of the best AP junglers in the game right now. So it makes sense why they want to take it off the table.
Right, she's got such a great clear, and her ult is so devastating in a team fight. Like with that flash and that ult combination, plus any synergies like that Yasuo, so strong.
Gangplank will actually be banned out by Waterloo. I didn't think it was that big of an issue for them in the last game, but maybe they're thinking different. Maybe they want to pick something that Gangplank would hard counter this game.
Right, yeah, that's definitely an interesting ban. So they're leaving the Senna open. They might just want to first pick that though because they're on blue side.
Hmm. And reminder to everyone that if Waterloo wins this game, they will be winning 2-0 since it is best of 3. UTM has to win this one to push it to a game 3 to try and win the series.
Right. And the Senna ban on red side, sort of semi-expected because that Senna plus any farming support is so strong.
Yeah, we'll see what the first pick is for Waterloo. It will be the Yumi,
Yikes.
looking like they're really taking advantage of the lack of the ban from UTM. UTM, will they be kicking themselves for banning the Zeri over at this time? We'll just have to see.
Right.
Maybe they have an answer for it.
Yeah, that Yumi is really, really strong, but a lot of people answer it with another enchanter because it's sort of a neutral lane and enchanters aren't punished by that Yumi as much as an
Yeah.
engaged support.
Kaisa will be picked up. I was gonna say that we saw with the LS Cloud9 that Sona was their answer into it, but it looks like UTM is going for
Really?
a more aggressive option with Kaisa Nautilus.
That's interesting. You do normally see that in enchanter, and Kaisa her latest sort of craze was the AP, and after that you haven't seen her as much.
Yeah, she's fallen off the radar a little bit, especially with these new durability changes, so she can't really burst out people as much. Lucian will be picked up for the side of University of Waterloo. Really going to take advantage of that power up buffing that Yumi can give, and Wukong will be hovered. I would expect that to be locked in, considering how well it did for them in the last series.
Yeah, for sure. And I was actually expecting the Twitch over the Lucian. You see that the rat and the cat combination so much, and it's so strong. But yeah, the Wukong locked in. We'll see what UTM have to answer.
Yeah,
Probably
for
a
sure.
jungler.
Big early game composition coming out from both sides. I'd favor Waterloo a little bit at this point because Lucian is a little stronger than Kaisa early, since she does want to scale into that mid late game transition. But Lucian, if he can get ahead, he can be really strong in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
And Hecarim will be picked
Hecarim.
up from UTM. We were talking about this before. I didn't think that Hecarim would be picked actually in the series, but I
It,
guess they are.
yeah, it must just be a big comfort pick for the jungler here.
Mm-hmm.
Man on the horse.
Man on the horse, Cowboy
Yeah.
coming in. We did see human version of him with the new Renation book coming out. So maybe Divinity saw that. It's
Oh,
like
that's right. Yeah.
he's looking good. He I must say he was looking good in his human form. But I digress. Yasuo and Azir will be banned. Two mid laners being banned out. Same as last time, with both teams banning out the same picks. Really, I think just target banning each other, trying to force each other on a more uncomfortable side.
Right. And the Yasuo was banned instead of the Yone. So we'll see if maybe UTM has a better answer this time. The Veigar didn't quite do it last game.
Mhm.
Victor being banned by UTM.
Victor's very strong laner right now in the mid lane. I would like to see it's a Veigar ban. I was gonna say I would like to see an Orianna ban because I feel like Orianna Hecarim is a really strong mid jungle duo. And Orianna's really strong right now. Have seen it a lot. We'll see what UTM ends up picking here. They could pick mid lane, they could pick top lane. Depends on what they want to
Right.
get
And both
counter pick
bans were
for.
targeted towards that mid lane. So it, I would prefer top lane since counterpick is a little stronger for that lane. And the
And they
Corki,
will
we,
lock
we
in
did get a
Corki.
look at this in their first game they played against Carlton, and it was pretty strong.
Yeah, especially since you can't really see any of the Azir Victor laning against that anymore. Usually that's what the matchup is, to do a Corki Victor lane or a Corki Azir lane. Now you can't really see it. So Corki is going to be able to scale almost for free unless an early game pick comes out for Waterloo to challenge it.
Right. I doubt it would be, but it could be a Lucian mid. There's always that chance.
There could be. Twitch could still come in here.
Right. But that Aatrox,
Aatrox will be picked in.
yep, gonna be going top.
And it looks like
And
Orianna maybe for Waterloo's side. I do like this pick because control major to control mage is very good. Both can scale very well. Orianna Wukong, I think, would be a good mid jungle duo. Both of their knockups, both of the CC. Orianna very good at empowering that Wukong, and it looks like it will be locked in for University of Waterloo.
right, and just like last game, Waterloo has gone for really strong team fight, big team fight ultimates. So we'll see if UTM sort of got a look at that. They have a little stronger team fight ultimates this game, so we're gonna have to see how the early lane goes.
Yes, for sure. We'll see what UTM wants to pick into this. If they want the scaling option, they can go with Kale. Yone is being hovered right now. We did see Broken Blade on the Yone for G2 in Europe, popping off of that, and it will be the Yone pickup. I'm assuming Ione will be going top lane and the Corki mid, and it looks like that will be the case.
Right.
Interesting drafts coming out of both sides. Very different than the last game. Both teams going for much more of an early game composition, with a little bit of scaling on both sides. You have the Yumi, you have the Orianna on Waterloo, and you do have the Corki on the side of UTM. Very interesting. I would love to see how this plays out. What are your thoughts, Tyler?
I actually like UTM's draft a lot more. This is very sort of reminiscent of what they did in their first match, but I think a lot of these picks have a lot more self peel. They're not quite as vulnerable as, like, let's say the Twitch or the Zillion, or even the Vagar, who couldn't quite get that cage to land as much as he would have liked last game. So
Yeah, I would have to
no,
agree with you. I think UTM's comp is a lot more on theme with each other. I think that they have a lot more combinations that they can do. They don't rely on scaling up as much Hecarim with the early advantages that he can get. I agree 100%. I think UTM has a lot smarter of a draft coming in, and I think it's a really good answer to what Waterloo was doing last time.
yeah, absolutely. I really like sort of it seems like they took a page out of Waterloo's book to do a little more dive, a little more team fight engage. I will say that I think UTM does outrange Waterloo a little bit, so Waterloo is going to have to be the one engaging. Um, but UTM, you can't count out their engage as well. It is very strong with that Nautilus ult, the Hacker Rim, and even the Corki package when
Absolutely.
that's up.
Absolutely. The backline of University Waterloo really has to play it safe because, you could have be safe 1 second, all of a sudden, Hacker and Yone ulting you over the wall, Nautilus coming over with his own Corki package, very big dive opportunities coming in from UTM and with the Kaisa as well, who can ult into backline as soon as that happens. There's a lot of chances for a dive onto this Orianna, into this Lucian. Luckily for Waterloo, Lucian can stay in the middle of their team a little bit more since he's a little bit more of a close range AD carry. We'll just have to see what happens. I think what I would be keeping my eye on the most is this jungle matchup. I think both junglers are going to want to get very big early leads this game, both of them being very early game centric. We saw Legans making a mess of the map in the last game. I wonder if he can do it again this game.
Right, and are you expecting sort of both junglers to be starting topside and pathing into that bottom, having that Kaisa and that Lucian down there? Or would you sort of expect them to maybe go top this game?
I think both are good options because I think both lanes are very volatile. Yone isn't the very tanky laner. He is very safe if you can get that a good E off, but Aatrox Wukong, it's not really something to mess around with. A lot of knockups coming out from the Aatrox Wukong once he hits 6, and he can break the armor, which helps Aatrox a lot. That could be a very strong 2v2 lane. But on the Hecarim side of things, Hecarim Nautilus is very hard for Lucian to deal with, especially since the support is the Yumi. So I think if I was on UTM side, bot lane is a lot more of an easy lane to gank. Whereas if I was Waterloo, I think they have good options on both sides, with top lane, I think, being the easiest for them.
Yeah, so maybe they'll have sort of the top side, like the mirrored start again, or the non-mirrored start again. I
Yeah,
think the most important thing for team fights we should look out for, though, is because UTM has such good dive and such good follow up too. It'll be interesting to see whether they use, or Waterloo uses their ults um, offensively, like to engage, or defensively to sort of peel away and protect their carries.
yeah, that'd definitely be interesting. There is a lot of versatility for them to determine whether to peel or to engage with their abilities. I think a lot of different ways to play, a lot more not one dimensional at all coming out of either of these teams. I think they both have a lot of different win conditions they can go through, lots of different carry options on both teams as well. So I think this is going to be an excellent game. I think this is going to be a much closer game than we had last time.
Right. I hope so. I'm really looking forward to see maybe a game 3 coming out here.
I would love to see game 3. These two schools are big rivals as well. Waterloo and UFT both like to compete to see who's the best school in Ontario, and more than just academics, but also in esports as well. So we'll just have to see what happens with them. Maybe one team will be holding this over the other's head for a very long time.
Yeah, hopefully. And again, this event is hoping to continue in the coming years, so one school's got to come back for revenge, I suppose.
Yeah, for sure. I think UTM, they have a big hill to climb on. They're gonna have to get over that last game. Mental reset.
Right.
Coaches, coming in, telling players It was just one game. We can pull it back after this one. Unfortunately, it is best of 3, so they won't have another chance after this one. This will be their last chance. So we can see if UTM can climb back or if Waterloo is just going to claim it and do a big 2-0, pushing them into the finals, which will be tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
And with that, we are in game. Waterloo versus UTM. Waterloo on the blue side, UTM on the red side. Let's see if we were right about the jungle's pathing.
Right, there are some pinks going down. UTM looking for something topside, it looks like.
Lucian and
Going for
Yumi
mid.
looking mid lane. But
That early game Nautilus is
UTM
so
with the
strong.
flash hook burns the flash of the Lucian. That is huge for UTM.
That is a great trade for UTM. I really want this Hecarim to be starting topside now and going to bottom to try and punish that.
Yeah, Lucian is going to be really, really not safe in this lane, especially since he doesn't really have a support that can protect him with peel, only really
Right.
with heals. Yumi, not really the best at preventing early game aggression from junglers. I think this could be very big for UTM if they can punish accordingly.
And no cleanse on that Lucian, he does have exhaust, so if he gets locked up, he's likely dead.
Yeah, I think UTM setting a very clear win condition for them now in this game. Already showing a much better early game than last game.
Right, both junglers going to be starting topside with the leech, so we should see them clashing bottom lane pretty early on this time, instead of the full clear.
I think it's smart for Wukong to go path towards the bottom lane now. I think it's pretty predictable that Hecarim will be going to the bot side to punish early. So if he can get a good counter gank on and turn it around, maybe this flashless Lucian won't be punished too hard, but we'll just have to see when that comes.
Right. So Corki versus Ori mid, it should be pretty uneventful. They both sort of just want to hit each other from far away.
Yeah, for sure. Nautilus already showing a little bit of aggression with that hook. Kaisa did take a lot of damage for that
Right.
trade.
That's a huge threat from this Lucian, like you already saw. Just level 1, he does so much damage with that passive and that Q.
Especially once he gets that level 2. If he can get that EQ auto off, proc his PTA, that's a huge chunk of damage going into that Kaisa.
Yeah. No, lately you've been seeing a lot of Lucian with the Nami, but even on his own, he's putting out incredible amounts of damage.
Yeah, and we do see them get that level 2 early. UTM doing the smart thing, backing off. Really like that from the bot lane. As we see that trades going on in the top lane between Yone and the Aatrox. Yone going in, getting the ignite off. Yone chasing him down, burns the flash, but that's all he will burn. Aatrox keeps both sums while Yone burns both of his. That is not what you want to see from the top lane.
Yeah, that's really big for Aatrox. He loses nothing, like maybe a few CS, but he's got both of his summoners up on Yone now. Yone's really got to be careful.
Yeah, the volatile lane that was top lane has become just that much more volatile. Wukong can come up there at any moment. Yone does have lane priority right now, both having very similar HP bars, half and half. Bot lane also looking very strong for Waterloo. Yone has to come back to this.
Here.
Looks like he will survive for now. As we see in bot lane, fight might be breaking out. Nautilus is going for a hook. We'll back off after that. Hecarim, bot lane, but we'll just be backing. Going back to base. Yone also going back to base. Oh, no, Hecarim. Maybe staying?
Yeah, he's just hovering, I think. They know the Wukong is down there and they might try something.
Yeah, let's see if Wukong's time is right. Wukong coming in is big 3v3 in the bot lane. Hecarim knocking back the Wukong. Hecarim going down very low. Exhaust going down onto the Lucian. And first blood going to the Wukong onto the Hecarim. Wukong going in on the Kaisa. Will back off. Flash for flash burn. That is really big for Waterloo.
Yeah, again, they sort of start on the back foot and get the better end of that trade, which is not great. I'm not sure what happened on UTM's side. It felt like they just weren't fully synced up with the Nautilus hook going down and then the Hecarim engage going on to someone else. And then they couldn't get anybody, which is quite unfortunate for them.
Yeah, as I was saying, the target priority not really working out in favor. Maybe a little miscommunication, as you were saying. Waterloo is gonna all come back onto the map at the same time with the mid laner and the bot lane and jungle. Very nice to see a synced up recall like this.
Yeah,
Aatrox and Yone also getting the backs. Yeah,
Yone really struggling in this lane in terms of farm at least. I'm not sure if it was because of that early aggressive trade he did, but definitely Aatrox in a stronger position here.
10 CS up. The wave is pushing into Yone. Wukong is covering though. I guess
He might
watching
not.
if Yone wants to take any aggression.
Yeah.
I don't think a
But
tower dive will be possible.
yeah, for sure. They might just be trying to look for something before he hits that 6 and before he gets those summoners back, which I don't blame the Wukong looking for, but
No, it's missing hook. Will take a big chunk of damage and have to burn the flash, losing half of his life. Aatrox going in for a trade with the Yone missing the knockup. Yone will take half the HP bar down for that engage.
yeah, I mean, this is really tough for the Yone here. He seems to be getting bullied, but also trying to do a bit of bullying himself, and it's not working out for him. I think maybe once he gets those Berserker Greaves or that Zeal, whatever he chooses to
As we
call.
say that, it's a solo bolo from Aatrox landing a big triple Q combo with the Ethereal Chain pullback. Wow.
Yeah.
Showing again, Inexhaustive is really showing Luno who's boss in these last 2 games.
Right, he hit the Q1, Q2, Q3 with the chains, like you were saying. It's just, what can he do?
As saying, Hecarim's looking for something on the other side of the map, hoping to maybe get something back after that Ignite going down onto Lucian. Knock back going on to Lucian. Lucian will kill Kaisa for his troubles, will fall to the Hecarim. Now Yuumi is all alone. A little bit of cat abuse going down from the Hecarim, smacking around with his staff.
Right, we'll see if they maybe look for Dragon. It might be hard for Hecarim to do on his own, especially with that Wukong hovering there. And top lane, it's a little bit of a skirmish.
But half of the HP will be burnt off Yone. Aatrox does burn his Ignite.
And the
still has
ultimate,
his flash,
so.
and his ultimate, yes, and his ultimate. Yone having both his ultimate and his Ignite up. Maybe you could look for something back here. Hecarim is pathing towards the top lane right now, coming out of base. Maybe they can look for something. They both have ults.
Yeah, that would
Could
be really
big
good
here.
for Yone.
Yeah, could bring Yone back into this game. Oriana looking to bully this Corki. Now that Corki has 6, he's a lot safer in this lane. He can use his rockets to farm. Nautilus is also looking top lane. This could be a big skirmish going on in the top lane.
Yeah, that
Being
Nautilus room
patient.
has got to catch them off guard here.
Yeah, so Yumi's full ball lane. Hecarim goes in for the ult, knocks him back into the tower. Hecarim comes back, takes half his AP for his trouble, and it will not work the top lane roam. That has to hurt for UTM, committing both the jungler and the support into that lane. Let's see if Lucian punishes this Kaisa here, and he will be punishing her, going with the ultimate, chunking her down, and it will be a kill for the Lucian. Hecarim getting very low in this top lane skirmish, but Wukong might be the first to fall. Wukong is the first to fall. Yone flash in ult back in, Aatrox falling, and it's a 2 kills top lane, trading back after that kill onto the Kaisa. I am shocked that this happened after Wukong saw 3 people top lane.
I know, it seemed really, really optimistic for him to do that, but UTM really needed that, especially after that Kaisa kill. They needed to trade something back. We'll see if they're able to maybe get that Herald too.
Yeah, bringing it back. Herald would be really big. Maybe can bring Yone back into the game. Kaisa is 30 CS down. Not really what you want to see, especially with an early game laner such as Lucian. Kaisa's gonna have a really hard time coming back into this one. Maybe a Herald bot lane could bring her back, but I think at this point, once you've committed all these resources into Yone, you want to really keep him going, keep him snowballing. Him being your win condition right now. Mid lane, you know, it's just a farm fest right now. Not really much going on there. I think UTM should really keep focusing in on the top lane.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's better to have one strong member as opposed to 2 sort of medium members. So Kaisa, she's just gonna have to suck it up, I guess. Try not to die anymore, and hopefully this Yone is able to get a little further ahead.
Never feels good to be weak-sided, especially as an ADC, as there is usually a party in the bot lane all the time.
Oh yeah, there is.
But, you know, has to kind of deal with it. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Top lane, both top laners do not have flash. Aatrox will have his Ignite back up soon. So, could be a nice gank opportunity here for either side.
And it looks like the Hecarim is looking just... No, he's gonna get the recall, he's gonna hover.
Yeah, just canceling it, trying to see if there's an opportunity. He will stick around, going in with the E, knocking him back. Aatrox pops the ultimate, Yone going in full dive, backs off, and that will be all she wrote for this top 2v1. Hecarim will back off, Wukong will go for the dragon to punish this Hecarim across the top lane. Really good answer from this Wukong, punishing Hecarim for not getting anything in this top lane.
Right, and look at this Lucian, look what he's doing here. He's so far ahead, he's just constantly in his Hecarim's jungle, taking away camps, putting him further behind, and putting himself really far ahead. That's how he's got this insane CS lead over Kai'Sa too.
I really love this punish that Waterloo is doing. You know, a lot of times you don't see a jungler punished like this for not making a successful gank, but Waterloo is severely punishing this Hecarim, taking away his camps, taking away the dragon, putting more pressure on his bot lane. It's what you love to see if you're the coach of Waterloo.
Right, and sort of as a nice bonus, Lucian gets that blue buff, and Lucian does chew through that mana really quickly with all his abilities. He's constantly spamming to get all the damage out. That blue buff feels really nice.
Will be 1v1. Going in for the ultimate is Yone. He will miss it. He will back off. It will be no kills in the top lane for now.
Hecarim
Bot lane, Hecarim going in, but doesn't see the Wukong. It's a Yuumi ult into Wukong ult. Hecarim has to ult back. The Ignite is ticking. And a flash forward by the Lucian with the ultimate. Will claim 1. Will he claim 2? Stopwatch used by Nautilus. Will flash away. No tower dive available for them. Wow, really big from Waterloo. Hecarim was not expecting that jungler to be down there.
Yeah, that's a really, really great read coming out from Waterloo there, having that Wukong, knowing that they might go. That Lucian did blow his flash though, so he is a little more vulnerable than he would be. Kai'Sa has her flash up, so I'd like to see some kind of punishment onto that, hopefully. And I think that will get UTM a little closer into this game.
Yeah, and I'm loving how we're seeing Waterloo really play for that win condition. They saw their bot lane get ahead. Now they're just snowballing that bot lane really hard. 40 CS up, 3 kills up. You know, it's such a lane gap in this bot lane. UTM hasn't really taken advantage of the top lane, but as I say that, first tower falls bot lane, and a jungle support roam going into top lane again. Last time, it didn't work so well at the beginning, but ended up working out when they had patience. Corki might also be roaming up. Not sure if he has the package.
He doesn't.
He does not. Wukong being caught by 3 people will have to flash away. Herald being dropped.
Accidentally being dropped.
Actually, yeah, he probably thought he had the sweeper.
Yeah.
Trying to sleep away some vision. Orianna on the flank. Orianna could get a big ultimate here. 3 people. Wukong in the middle of it. Orianna ults and gets the support. Wukong is killing the Hecarim. And it will be 2 kills on the side of Waterloo. No kills for UTM. Waterloo really showing their early game dominance again. They have this early game on the download.
Yeah, absolutely. Another great read from Waterloo. UTM was really just caught between an Aatrox and Orianna in a hard place right there. They had nowhere to go. So it was like fish in a barrel for Waterloo. And that's off the back of a great read.
Yeah, and as we say this, Yone will try and do it on his own, saying, you know what, if you guys can't do it, I will do it. Going for the solo bolo on the Aatrox, leaves him at low HP. Man, that has to hurt for Yone. As we say that, bot lane is coming up, and he will be punished for his sins. You cannot 1v1 the Aatrox when the team is ahead. And he will be going down. Orianna getting chunked out low by the Nautilus and the Corki, but will escape with her life. Top tower will go down to Waterloo. Lots going on around the map once again, but it is just Waterloo succeeding and UTM not being able to find anything.
Right, and the solution is getting so strong now. I've lost track of how many plates he's got, but he's got 2 towers. He's sort of pressuring this 3rd one here. Let's see if they move him mid to try and open that up, because he's so strong, it's hard to say who can answer him.
Absolutely. And Aatrox coming bot lane will burn the flash of the Kai'Sa. Nautilus is coming down to see if he can recover some of this. Hecarim also here, going for the tower dive. Hook, ult, Kai'Sa going in with the Q. And he will fall to the Kai'Sa. Big combo. Lots burn from the UTM side, but they really need to pick something back up after all this. Corki will get caught by the Wukong knockup. Wukong kills him, going for the Hecarim, knocking him up as well. Hecarim going down, double kill for Legans on the Wukong. really asserting that that jungle dominance again. I'll beat you on your Sejuani, I'll beat you on your Hecarim. It's just Wukong for days. Triple kill onto the Nautilus. Will be another onto the Kaisa. I just accepting that quadra kill for Wukong.
And
Wow.
yeah, this just goes to show why that Wukong and that Yuumi are so strong. It was really great to see UTM finally getting something back with the pick onto that Aatrox or the tower dive. But then Wukong shows up and he says, "Nuh-uh, this is my boy you're hurting."
Maybe a little bit overstay, allowing Wukong to come back in there.
Right.
But gotta give credit where credit's due. Lagon's having a great series today.
Yeah, for sure. Last game he wasn't, last game he wasn't really the star. He was more, the stage, supporting his carries. He was on that Wukong with those ults, but this game, 7-1-2, I would say he's the star,
Yeah, as a him and Lucian, they're the dynamic duo right now. They're Jesse and James from Team Rocket. Meowth with the Yuumi joining in. Just to help everyone out. And it will be a Herald picked up by UTM. That's big. Objective bounty. Maybe they can push this, get some more map control somewhere. There are objective bounties around the map. Getting the objective bounty on the Herald and then getting one on the tower as well could help them come back. They are 6k gold down. Majority of that gold is on Lucian and Wukong. So we'll just see what they do with that. I do want to talk about this Aatrox build if we have time. Equipped Aatrox.
Sure.
As I say that, Lucian decides that he just doesn't want to let us talk about that. He wants to kill him and Yuumi using his ultimate to kill the Kaisa.
That damage is so insane.
But yeah, Gale Force ult.
Yeah.
Really difficult for this illusion to be killed. Very difficult to try and out damage him right now.
What do you think of this Aatrox Eclipse build here?
Yeah, I personally haven't seen it too much. It's very much an interesting build. I would have liked to see him go a more tanky build, especially with this Yuumi. If he has the Gore Drinker, he can heal up a lot more.
Right.
Only anti-heal on the UTM side is this Executioner's Calling on the Hecarim, with Hecarim having the Gore Drinker as well. I think Yuumi and Aatrox together, with a lot of healing, combine that with Gore Drinker, combine that with some tankiness, some HP, he's not going down, but he opts for that damage. Maybe he just wants to flex on UTM a little bit.
Right, have a little fun with it.
Yeah.
I do play quite a bit of ARAM, and you do see that build semi-often, along with maybe a Duskblade or two. So
I get that looks, if you saw Aatrox just slamming down on my teammates, going invisible, slamming down some more, I think I would want to FF after that.
Yeah, it can be quite strong here.
As we talk about the build, Kaisa did fall in the top lane to a 1v1 with the Wukong. Kaisa can't really do anything this game. I really need some jungle support help, I think, needing some shadowing maybe for her to catch the CS. Waterloo doing a great job not to let her even touch this game.
Right, it almost feels like she's being targeted here with 5 deaths.
Yeah.
With only one of them, I think, being a solo kill to Lucian.
Not a fun game to be Kaisa. Although Aatrox will be taken down by the Yone and the Hecarim. Doing a lot of damage with those Eclipse procs, but not enough for the healing of the Yone and Hecarim. Will take one back. Yone getting a lot more powerful.
And maybe if he goes for that tankier build, he lasts a little longer, maybe even turns it back onto them. He was really squishy with that Eclipse build, though. Especially
with that Gore Drinker. That Gore Drinker proc could have been huge on the Yone and the Hecarim.
Right.
But we'll just have to theorize on what that could have been, as the Eclipse will be the mythic that was before.
And Lucian, nobody can walk up to him. He does so much damage. He does use that ult. Zones them off a little bit more. An objective bounty picked up by Yone though on that bottom tower, so they are getting some gold. They're still only down 6k. Third dragon is spawning in a minute and a half, just a little under. So I'm not sure if UTM will be able to contest that. I'm sure they would like to, but it's going to be hard.
Yeah, Infernal Soul on a Lucian Orianna is not really something you want to give away.
Oh, absolutely.
That might be an FF angle if I saw that in my games. But UTM, they're a strong team. They took down Carlton in 2 games. They looked really strong in that game. Maybe they can bring it back. They do have the scaling of the Corki. Kaisa does outscale this Lucian if she's given the opportunity, although right now it does not seem she will be given the opportunity. Lucian trying to go at her. I have seen this play all before, backing off very quickly, saying no thank you, I want to live today.
Yeah, Lucian is really great at looking for those cues through the minions onto the Kaisa, and they do so much damage, even without the follow-up auto attacks. He's just
Yeah.
gonna keep sieging mid, it looks like.
You know, we've been talking a lot about this top lane and the bot lane. Mid lane hasn't really been active at all, which is quite surprising considering we do have a Corki in this mid lane. I would like to see if this Corki is gonna be active more on the map. As we say that though, there is a fight in the mid lane, although not including the mid laners as of yet. Corki has a package. Hecarim engaging. Corki package going deep. Doesn't hit anyone yet. Yone ult going to the back lane. Kaisa diving in with him. Hecarim diving in some more. Hecarim is ignited. Will fall to the Wukong. Wukong knocking everybody up in his sight. Nautilus going low. Going low. Might go down. But it looks like it'll be... Oh, yes, he will. Looks like it'll be 2 for now for Waterloo. Although they are taking out this Yone. Yone will queue over the wall. Backing off, and Waterloo is not stopping. They're out for blood. Lucian's going into the base on the blast coast. He does not care. He wants to show UTM who's boss in this University of Toronto Waterloo rivalry. He will not be able to find anything though. We'll probably just E over. Question mark things coming in from the Waterloo team. What are you doing? You're an 80 carry. I think he's muted his teammates at this point, just saying I'm going in.
Yeah, he said let me carry, and muted all.
Yeah, he's saying I'm doing this. This is my game. This is my show. I'm the main character.
That was really unfortunate for UTM there. It looked like they used almost everything they could to try and catch that Lucian. He was just able to get out of it and get out of it. Like the Yone ult, the Nautilus ult, the Corki package, and the Hecarim ult too on the back, and they still couldn't catch him.
He's just too fast, you know, him with the Yumi peel now too, you know, she's scaling really hard, Moonstone and Sap Flowing Water. Kaisa,
Poor Kaisa.
You know, I think this is one game that you'd want to forget if you were Kaisa.
Right, she's really getting bullied this game.
Yeah, I think we might have to report University of Waterloo for bullying.
Right.
As you say, not letting this Kaisa come in, really limiting where ETM can get carried from. You know, you have now relying half on the Yone and on the Corki. Corki is going the poke build with Leandries and Ramona. Hasn't really been too active this game. Had that one Corki package in the last fight, but hasn't really done much. Orianna, same thing. You know, she had a couple good ults in some of the fights around top lane and around mid lane. But overall, this has not been a game about mid lane at all.
No, I agree with you totally. So speaking of builds, I'm really curious what the Kindle Gem in Kaisa's inventory is doing.
Maybe she decided I'm going Warmogs today. I don't like this. It could be a Black Cleaver.
Oh, that's true with the Warhammer.
Yeah, maybe she's just saying, you know what? I'm just a support at this point. I'll shred the armor of these guys so that you guys can go in. Although not much armor really picked up from Waterloo anyways. I feel like the damage is really the point of contention, not really their tankiness. But, you know, I do not mind this choice at all to say, you know what, I'm not the carry this game. You're not letting me be the carry. I'm just going to build supportive.
Right. It does feel bad, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
Yeah,
And
Corki
just with the ult.
out as well. Running into the base again, he's really claiming this territory as his own. You know, walking in, saying for Senna, you know, being banned out this entire series. Maybe he's not very happy about it. Taking that first inhibitor of the series, of the game.
Yeah, he can really go wherever he wants to. We saw him just throw down that ult. He almost killed Corki with just the ult there. So he is really, really strong right now. I will be curious to see if he goes into that IE or maybe something like before.
Oh, as we say this, Nautilus is caught out and is just once again the Lucian show. Aatrox is chasing down this Kaisa, will go down. Wukong knocking up everyone in his sight. Hecarim going down. This might be the game right here. More knockups coming up from Wukong. Triple kill for the Lucian. Will they end the game or will they just go for Baron? They do not have a wave as of yet. We call channeling for Orianna. She does a TP, so she can TP back if she wanted to.
Donald's
Pokey
hand
alive.
are up fairly soon.
See what happens. Looks like they're TPing in. Looks like they're going to be trying to end the game. Knowledge missing the hook. And it will just look like an end angle for Waterloo.
Yeah. They weren't
Ending
quite-
the game 2-0 for Waterloo, claiming the series, you know. And that's how the cookie crumbles. Hecarim could not yee his haw much longer. You know, it's just a Lucian Cowboy angle. It's just how it is.
Yeah, and I mean that game was not quite as bad as the first one, but it was a great game from Waterloo. You saw they were
Mhm.
reading all of UTM's plays, had great responses with almost everything they did.
You know, props to UTM. You know, although the scoreline seems like it was just a Waterloo stomp, UTM did show a lot of life. They went for a lot of plays. They didn't just sit back and let the loss come. He just, you know, they went for the plays. It didn't work out for them. Waterloo was just a little bit better with their plays, but you know, it is what it is. UTM, I don't think you're too upset with that showing. You know, showing a great showing, lots of upside that you can take from that. But Waterloo just coming out with the win, looking really, really strong. Whoever's facing them in the
Yeah.
finals, you know, they are a force to be reckoned with right now.
So with that game, yeah, Waterloo is locked in for the finals. They will be playing the winner of the UBC or SFU match, two rival schools, which we will be seeing next, right after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We are your casters, Badeo and Tyler, and we just came after a big win, University of Waterloo 2-0 UTM. Now with University of Waterloo going to finals, we want to find our next finalist. We have UBC versus SFU to find out who the next finalist will be.
That's right. Both of them very close to Vancouver, rival schools, you could say, and this should be an exciting one. Again, SFU had the bye. UBC had to play one game against TMU, I believe. Yeah,
TMU. Yeah.
and UBC won that one pretty convincingly. So we'll see if they can sort of take that momentum and bring it into this game as well.
For sure, for sure. I think we're going to see a lot of interesting picks this game. We saw a lot of the meta going on in the last game. We've been talking about these picks all day, but we saw the Wukong, we see the Zeri and the Senna bans and picks. We haven't seen Twitch yet. Oh no, we did see Twitch. We did see Twitch. We saw Twitch. He didn't do much, but which is why I don't remember him too much. But we did see Twitch. Going into draft, we already have a very different draft. Annie, Suede, Jana, and Kiana are being banned. Nami as well. Very different start to this game.
Right. Yeah. No, we saw none of these bans in the last game as well. If
Mhm.
I and yeah, and the Nautilus coming down last. If I recall correctly, I believe TMU banned the Annie and the Kiana against UBC as well. So V Flower must be a real threat on those champs.
Kindred first pick coming out from UBC. I really like this pick. I think Kindred is a sleeper OP jungler at the moment. Can really scale up high. Can be punished pretty easily with a lot of early game aggression. So it's a bit rare to see as a first pick. I think much better as a counter pick, but we'll see if SFU has an answer to Kindred.
Yeah, and this will be interesting to see because they're gonna have to maybe pick jungle. Oh, and support Renata taken by SFU. Really, really strong support. We'll see what they paired up with. All 80 carries are left open. I wouldn't expect a Senna though.
Yeah, I think Senna and Renata is not really a pairing you see very often. Maybe we'll see it on UBC's side if they go for like a very ranged poke composition with this Kindred. Um, if I was SFU, I'd probably be pairing as Renata with a Lucian or a Zeri. It looks like the Lucian will be coming in. Very strong early game bot lane. No, Renata
Yeah,
can power up that Lucian and keep him alive if he does go down. Um, so we'll just have to see what happens with how UBC counters this bot lane. Can go for scaling option, can also go for an early game option. Uh, we'll have to see what they do.
right. We did see just how strong that Lucian could be last game. He was quite the threat and made the Zeri's life, or the Kai'Sa's life. Sorry. Wow. Okay,
Draven.
Draven. You'd love to see that.
I'm a big Draven enjoyer. I love watching Draven. We were talking before this game. I'm a big Hansama fan, and as anyone knows Hansama, a big Draven player. Draven has also been popping off in the LEC. We saw Upset playing it earlier, pairing it up with the Thresh, making a very safe lane for this Draven. He can go aggressive. He can get pulled back for the Thresh. Thresh can support him. Very, very good lane right now to match into the Renata evolution.
Right, and it's gonna be a spicy one. Like it's not just safe for the Draven; it's super aggressive with those thresh hooks and those flays. Got to keep Lucian on his toes, and also the Renata.
Scion will be coming in for SFU, going for a tank top laner. We can already see what SFU is going for. They're going weak side top lane, putting all their effort into the bot lane, and really want to support him. Banning out the kill, making sure that they can't get a safe scaling lane into Scion. Recently, especially with the durability changes, it feels like Kale can get to level 6 really easily right now. So we'll just have to see what UBC decides to do in the top lane instead.
Right, yeah, Kale has been super strong lately, and I do really like what SFU is going for with that weak side top Scion. Very, very clear.
Xerath is banned.
Yeah,
If they are banning another top laner, I like to see an Ornn ban. I think Ornn will be very strong for UBC in this game because it looks like they really want to play for jungle bot carry as well. Orianna will be actually banned, and a good mid lane ban. Three mid laners banned, unless you include Kale. Four mid laners banned. Syndra will also be banned, picking a lot of range. What do you think about the Syndra ban?
well, it seems they've banned a lot of long range supports, or mid mages, I should say, so they're really worried about sort of this Draven and the Kindred trying to keep them safe. That said,
Trying to
Veigar
keep a
is still
distance.
locked in.
Veigar locked in. Could be very good, especially if they try and go for some engage on UBC side. But if they stick to this range comp that they're having, Veigar might find himself in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think Veigar's cages aren't going to be as impactful. They're best used for shutting down engage or shutting down disengage. But
And as
oh,
we say that, we see the Victor locked in, another very long range pick. So we can see a lot of range coming in for UBC. Other than this Draven, Draven's pretty short range, and Ornn is being hovered. I really like this Ornn pick
yep,
coming out of
and you talked
UBC.
about this in ban as well. Another great weak side top, and he provides that Ornn upgrade, so they have really great scaling on those triple threats there with the Victor, Draven, and Kindred.
And it looks like Wukong will be the final pick. We don't often see Wukong as an R5, um, but still really good with his teammates. Can really pair up with that Veigar well with the cages. A lot of early game potential with him. Can counter this Kindred if he can catch her off within early invades. But if Kindred can keep her range, we can see, a lot of messy skirmishes going on in the jungle.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying about the R5 Wukong. I feel like that would be better used for mid instead of picking that Veigar and then getting counterpicked. This Wukong is just so strong early and late, even with his ult. We did see the UPC jungler, so I'm not really sure why they held that pick to the end. Maybe they just weren't sure about it. But either way, it's looking like a strong comp on both sides. Who do you think is sort of in the lead here with this draft, would you say?
I think that UBC has the better comp. I think they're all very much on theme. I think the only thing that's a little bit out of theme is the Draven, since Draven's a lot more of an early game pick and a lot less range. But as that being said, lots of carry opportunities coming out from UBC. Ornn upgrading the Kindred, the Victor, and the Draven. As you were saying earlier, I think Ornn's such a good power pick right now. Really, really strong. Really hard to bully out of lane. SFU though does have a lot of good options. Lucian Renata is not really a lane to be messed around with. We saw a lot of good Wukong play in that last series, and Sion. You see, we've all seen the boss. We've all seen the
Yeah,
boss.
we've all seen it.
Solo bolos left and right. Harder to do into the Ornn, but I think a lot of good potential coming out there. So I think it's gonna be a very interesting match. If it was up to me though, I would give it up. I would give it to UBC for just a draft.
Yeah, I agree with you about that Ornn pick. It's such a great answer to that Scion, because Scion is going to kill the Ornn, and the Ornn is going to scale with his team better than the Scion will. So it's
Yeah.
a great pick. But I do think SFU has some really, really nice team fight abilities with that Renata ult, the Wukong ult, and the Scion ult as well to set up for the Renata, and they're able to clean up with that Lucian, hopefully.
Yeah, for sure. I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think there's a lot of good wombo combos coming out of SU and a lot of good counter engage if UBC does decide to go for a good engages. I think if I was UBC, my game plan would be to go take objectives, like go to the objective areas early, set up there, and make it really hard for SFU to come into you. Because I feel like if you're going into SFU, you're gonna have a very hard time with not that many good engage options. Whereas if you're already in the pit, it's going to be very hard for SFU to try and come into you because they don't really have the strongest engage other than the Wukong. But you can just peel back with the Victor, you can peel back with the Kindred, you can peel back with the Ornn. It's very, very difficult for them to get through UBC.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's going to be seeing who can sort of set up the objectives first or set up better. So it'll really come down to the junglers and the supports getting good vision and sort of having good reset timers as a team, being able to get to that objective first.
Mhm. Do you see this SFU jungler prioritizing bot lane a lot in this matchup?
I mean, he's gotta right. Like it's Lucian Draven.
Yeah.
I think Wukong has really got to have a big impact early before this Kindred really gets going, so that he can get his team ahead and ahead of the Kindred.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this pick might not be as worthwhile.
Yeah, for sure. And this bot lane is very volatile. Whoever gets ahead will probably just run over this entire game. We saw how Lucian did it in the last game. It was pretty gross. Did not let Kaisa play the game at all. But Draven, quite the powerhouse himself. We've all seen Big Tonka T pull up the Draven. We can see how strong the pick is when they are ahead. But yeah, I think this bot lane will be a very big point of contention for both teams.
Yeah, for sure. Draven with his spinning axes, Lucian with his PTA and his Q. They both do so much damage with those passives. It'll be really exciting to see how this one goes.
Yeah, and I think the supports really will have their work cut out for them. I think if either support makes one misstep in this game, the ADCs can punish, the enemy support can punish. It's going to be a very difficult lane for both teams because as soon as one person makes a mistake, there's a lot of punishability coming out.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how this Thresh plays because, like you said, um, neither team is really looking to or has the strongest engage. They're really focused on the disengage, so that Thresh Lantern isn't going to be um, as easily obvious to use. It'll be best used for something like that Renata ult or the Scion ult to pull Draven out.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's going to be, has a lot of safety, but it's very good to stop or dissuade a lot of the stuff that SFU wants to do. Um, So, we will be slowly loading into the game as the teams loaded, get their picks ready. Uh, so we'll be waiting on that. As we wait on that, let's talk about this jungle matchup a little bit more
Yeah.
with the Kindred Wukong. Kindred, very strong pick, very high scaling pick. Wukong, very good early game, very meta pick. What do you see as each jungler's game plan for this game?
Well, the Kindred I'm seeing more as power farming at least to 6 because her ganks are not nearly as strong as Wukong's, right? She doesn't really have any engage, any CC. She's just got damage. So
Yeah,
the only real way she's going to gank a lane maybe if Ornn gets his ultimate and he's able to sort of hit the Scion while he's low, Thresh hits a hook, I'm not sure. But this Wukong, he's definitely got to be starting top side and going to that bottom side, giving his team the edge.
Yeah, I agree. And with that, we will be starting to load in to the game in just a few minutes. Here we go. UBC versus SFU. SFU on the red side, UBC on the blue side. Let's get this game started. Gates have dropped. Both teams going out. Are there any early game shenanigans? We see pings coming up from the red side, going towards the mid lane. We might see a little bit of cheese coming out from SFU.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is a bug, but it doesn't look like Wukong has any items.
You're right. It does not look like Wukong has any items. Maybe he got a little too excited. Let's see if he realizes it. You know, T Lamb, maybe forgetting, hasn't seen it yet. Could be just a visual bug, though. You know, but we'll just have to see. He is recalling now.
Yep.
Put down the ward. Maybe he didn't want to show what jungle item he's starting.
Didn't want to give away too much information.
Will he pick up the jungle? He will pick up the jungle.
There we go. There we
There
go.
it is.
He
Picking
got
up the
it.
blue smite. Picking up the blue smite. No early game shenanigans really so far.
Right. SFU did try something, but UBC not falling for it, just going for the safe 5-point. Interesting start for the Victor. You don't see sort of a Sapphire Crystal start very often, but he just wanted the mana and didn't want to build the tier item, I guess.
Yeah, maybe doing a little bit of a Rise cosplay with that start. You know, a lot of Rises like to start that way. I'm agreeing with you. I've never seen the start before from Victor, but you know we'll have to see how it goes.
He does have that TP, so maybe he's just gonna sort of farm really quickly, get to that lost chapter, and then TP back.
Yeah, we do have a double TP top and a double TP mid. So both laners are gonna want to be matching their TPs in the early game. Also trying to bait out each other's TPs, trying to get that TP advantage before minute 14.
Right.
Because once minute 14 hits, that's a big map advantage they can have.
Yeah. And either jungler going for the full clear, Kindred taking her red buff, going straight to the top side, Wukong doing the same, taking his red buff, going straight to the bottom side. So I'm not sure if Kindred's looking for a gank or whatever, but Wukong should definitely be looking here.
Yeah, Wukong did skip a lot of his camps. He's just going for a 3 camp, it looks like. Trying to get maybe an early gank going in.
Right.
Although the bot lane isn't really set up for that right now.
Yeah,
we do have
fully shut
SFU
in.
pushing in. Yeah, so it's going to be hard to pull off a gank, maybe just shadowing. For now, Kindred is reverse clearing. So it looks like she is giving herself a lot of options, you know, putting herself in the middle of the map. Can go top, can go bottom. Maybe just waiting to see what happens. Wukong doing the same. I think very smart pathing from both junglers right now, keeping a lot of their options open.
Both being very cautious, neither wanting to overcommit or sort of reveal their hands first.
Playing chess with each other, these two junglers.
Wukong, though, maybe playing chess a little more physical and aggressive than Kindred would like.
Going for a little gambit, going for the invade. Will W out after chunking out the Kindred. Victor, first on the roam, but Veigar catches him with a cage.
Caught.
Half of his HP chunked out. Veigar will take a little damage in return, but overall, a pretty good trade for this mid jungle. Bot lane is coming up to help with the bottom scuttle, so bottom scuttle will go away Kindred. I believe that was her mark, since we do not see the mark on the top side.
Oh, I think that is.
So that's really big for Kindred.
Yeah, I think if Veigar is able to sort of further bully this, fully able to bully this Lucian and make him recall before he's able to get those items, maybe force him to buy only an amp tome or boots or something, that would be really huge, forcing him to blow his teleport. But it looks like he got some honey fruit or something. He's all back to full health. Maybe it was just the pots.
Yeah, unfortunately, we see the crying bee coming out of Renata, not able to hit the stun on the Draven. Have to see where this one goes. Bot lane not as kill hungry as we were expecting so far. So far, nothing happening right now. Thresh missing his hook. Renata trying to go for a little bit of damage. Just a little bit of poking going on both sides. You know, a little bit of trading. Not a big bot lane play right now. Maybe each side is being very careful. You know, not wanting to overstep their boundaries, not wanting to give away a free kill. maybe waiting for their junglers. But so far, both playing it very safe.
And I think Draven's a little happier with that sort of arrangement because he's able to stack up that passive and hopefully get that big payout is probably what he's waiting for.
Yeah, that's very true. One of the big things about Draven, for those who don't know, with his passive, as he catches spinning axes, he gains some more stacks. And when he gets a kill, he's able to trade in all those stacks for 1 gold apiece. So very resourceful AD carry, especially if you can get those early kills.
Right, and it's really on SFU to try and shut him down before he's able to cash out on those stacks so that he loses all of them.
The top laner of Kinkatsa getting a little stunned, showing off for his fans in the chat. Will he be able to solo bolo this Ornn? Very difficult task to do. I'm not expecting it personally, but I've seen crazier come out of a tank top matchup.
Right, I mean, this top lane is going to be pretty slow, just 2 tanks, just farming it out, trying to get nice and beefy. Yeah, he did go to the grass, so he's not going to go for that 80 Scion build. A little too aggressive, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I think tank is really the way to go. He will be the primary front line for the team. They do have a Wukong, but Wukong really wants to get his knockups and get out. He's more of a bruiser type champion. Bot lane will be going up. Flash from Renata goes for the shield instead of the stun. Brings him back in. Big ult from Veigar and first blood going for T Lamb. Wukong is just getting the first blood in every game so far.
And that's exactly what you want to see from the Wukong. That's sort of his strength, and it was really great play. They got Victor's flash, his ult, and the kill.
I don't say this. Ornn going for the Broken Blade solo bolo special onto Scion, flashing over the stun and killing him. Look at those mechanics coming out from Winnable. Wow, I think someone's been watching a lot of Assassin Ornn gameplay with that one.
Right, he did not have any wards in that bush. It was a full read on that Scion right there. He knew he was going to Q like that, so he flashed around it. Great play from Winnable.
Yeah, trading the flash with flash too. Flashless top lane, getting that early advantage on the Ornn is pretty big. Even though it is a tank versus tank top lane matchup, it's not to say that this can't steamroll into who's the bigger tank. Who can actually frontline the most for their team.
Both of them with a very similar back though, because Scion had a little more CS. It is weird to say that this Scion versus Ornn matchup has been going a little more exciting than the Lucian Draven.
It is really weird, I'm kind of upset about that. But
right, I don't want to say I'm disappointed, but somebody's got to be throwing here for the content.
Yeah, I gotta see. I gotta see a little more axes flying in the air, a little more death, a little more blood. Draven did grow up in the pits, fighting alongside his brother Darius. Have to see what happens here. A little bit of lore for you and Vil and chat.
Yeah, that was great. Now Renata is the only one bottom that doesn't have the flash, and they might be waiting for her ult to look for something, but again, it's really tough with Lucian shoving in his favorite all the time.
It looks like the jungler is not really in sync with his bot lane right now. Every time he shows bot lane, his bot lane is the one pushing.
Right, they're always under that tower.
Yeah, a little bit of a wave mismanagement coming in from this bot lane. Maybe you can see a little more aggression coming in. As you see this, so Wukong is coming in, caves onto the Victor, and it's going to be another kill onto the Victor. Victor not having a great game. Veigar getting a really big advantage into this Victor.
Yeah, and it's a really great punish. They saw him use flash. They know he still didn't have it back up. And then it's Victor. He's got nowhere to go. So it's a really great punish, and he has no TP, so he's going to be losing a lot this time.
Yeah, Veigar does burn his flash for it, but all in all, worth, I'd say, for the mid laner. Not just for the gold, but also for the mental diff at the same time.
Yeah, it's also important. Arguably
gotta
more
show,
important.
I'm the better laner. Do not mess with me. I will outscale you.
And what are your thoughts on game 1 in a best of 3 series? Do you think it's really important to win this one? Get a good mental going?
Absolutely. I think game 1 is, since it is a best of 3, as soon as you win that first game, you're putting your opponents in the back foot. You're forcing them to have to play uncomfortable, you know?
Right.
But at the same time, you're also opening yourself up to maybe some risky plays. You know, when someone's back's against the wall, they pull out some stuff that maybe you're not ready for. You know, and we do have another tank versus tank top lane. For those of you who don't know, Ornn is actually a tank. So,
Among other things.
Among other things, you know, tank, assassin, roaming champion, mage, you know, bruiser at times.
He does
You
it
know,
all.
Ornn can just kind of do it all. Yeah. You know, the god from Fred the Freljord.
Oh, sneaky little play from the Thresh.
Oh, Thresh lands the hook, and the junk, sorry, is in. And Draven will be picking up a kill finally, since that's in the bot lane. Really good pickup from UBC.
Right.
Getting that Kindred in there.
He does get that big cash out too.
Yeah, but as we say, this Wukong is coming in for the flank play onto the Victor. Seems like may not need some help. Veigar seemed to have it under control, but he cleans it up just in case. Big plays coming around the map. Mid lane is falling for UBC, but this bot lane just got a big cash out, especially since Draven is the one getting the kill.
Right. Right. He cashed out on all those stacks. They dropped the Herald. He's sitting on a lot of gold right now.
Yeah, we'll see what he has out of his back. Looks like he's starting with the Essence Reaver rush. Essence Reaver is a really big power spike for this Draven. You know, gets a lot of his mana. Also procs the Sheen all the time because the spinning axis is an ability. Very, very big pickup. Very big power spike. Ornn will be getting 2v1 in the top lane. He's going for the ult. Misses the ult. Oh no, breathing fire won't go off, and Wukong will collect it. Great play coming up from Wukong. You know, Wukong really big influencer of this mid top side right now. The top side of SFU is looking really strong.
I mean, this Wukong's got 100% kill participation right now. He's really sort of carrying SFU through this early game, which is exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, yeah, we can, and you know, the Scion also is gonna get really big from all these platings, as we can see.
Yeah, even Draven's gonna have a really hard time killing this guy.
Yeah, he's gonna be very difficult, especially when he gets to the backline. But we do see Kindred taking the second dragon. Didn't really expect to see early dragons going the way of UBC, but this is very nice for them because we all know that late dragons can be very easy for them if they can get that early setup.
Right. I think SFU definitely had a chance to get those. They just need to be a little earlier on the rotation, which is unfortunate to see.
This is the punishment for jungle going to the top lane, but you know, it is what it is. You take what you can get. Mid lane being down 3 deaths is a very nice trade-off for only being down 2 dragons. First 2 dragons, you know, not too important. Infernal Soul is his hold up coming up.
Right, it is that third dragon where you sort of really start sweating and get the soul point. And Victor does have his flash back up now, so it should be a little hard to bully him. Draven getting even more rich. He's pretty even with Lucian actually right now, because Lucian does have it's a little stronger than the Essence Reaver.
I think the big thing that's important is this Dirk though. I think the Dirk lethality that you get from it is really strong on Draven. Still very even though, I'd say, especially because the Gale Force is really strong, especially to get out of plays. As we say that, big Flay coming in, lots of damage coming from this Draven, although Draven is starting to kill his own threat. As we say, his top lane is doing a big fight. Wukong getting very, very low, has to get out of there with the W. Flash forward by Victor, wants to punish this.
Oh my!
But Veigar coming in with the alt Q wombo combo, telling him, no, you can't kill my buddy. Victor really is not going to be able to get his revenge. Victor is not. And there's a big hook at the land. Oh, and Lucian isn't going to be able to survive. Big stopwatch coming up in the flash.
Yeah.
Will he be able to kill the Renata too? No, Renata will burn the flash. Wow, Lucian did burn both of his summons for that too.
That's really unfortunate to see. That was an excellent stopwatch by Thresh there. And I think Victor just got a little too aggressive in that fight there. Because now, again, he's down his flash. Wukong's gonna be back.
And there we go. We see that Lantern coming in clutch to save the Draven. Ornn did TP down. Maybe we're seeing a little rotation. I would love to see bot lane moving to top side for this Herald. Even though it is second Herald and not as important as first Herald, it would be really nice to see. Let's see if that is what happens. No, looks like
No.
you're both dead. I can do it.
Ornn was being extra careful.
Yeah, just TPing
Yep.
down.
And here we go. No flash on Victor, so Wukong's going to be back. Collect on
Death
that flash.
number 5. And you know what? I think this is what we see from that mental gap that we saw from mid lane, you know? I think it may have gone to Victor's head. As you were saying with the aggression earlier, you were talking about, like, you know, how he was getting a little over aggressive. That might have been him just being like, you know what? I'm just sick and tired of being killed all the time. I want to take the initiative. But he was just not allowed.
And we're starting to see both supports roaming all around the map. Both of them obviously going topside, trying to set up that good vision for their teams to take the objective.
Yeah. And so a little fight coming in top lane. Kindred just wanting to, you know, help Ornn get the wave out.
Yeah, Sion does not take a lot of damage.
He's very tanky, especially with the Sunfire. Both having very similar builds. It looks like Ornn wants to go for the new tank tier item.
The Fimbulwinter.
Fimbulwinter, yeah. Very, very strong on Ornn, especially since Ornn is, you know, a mage assassin tank.
Right.
Using that meta, knocks up, and into a hook from the thresh. Although it is 3 people on this side, turret will fall, making it a lot easier for SFU to get into the fight. But Ornn will take out the Renata and get lanterned out of there. Great play coming in from the Thresh Ornn. Double tank, no problems.
Yeah, and Lucian's got to be careful here.
Yeah, if
He
he's not careful,
he does know that
goodbye.
Kindred, he's just going to back up. Oh,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but Veigar is coming down to mast. Could be able to trap this Kindred. Doesn't have vision on her just yet. If UBC is not careful, she could get blown up. Big Kindred ult, able to come through. Stun onto the Draven, trying to run out. He will get away. Unscathed.
That
Kindred
Kindred ult
taking a lot of
really,
damage.
yeah, that Kindred ult is really good against the Veigar because he's trying to burst you, he's trying to one-shot you, but if you drop that ult, you're getting through all of his damage and he's not hurting you.
Yeah, and another kill going the way of mid lane. Flower is not having a good game today.
Yeah, this is not his.
And we see a little bit of that punish, you know. Now that mid lane has that kill, they have the 5-man advantage going towards this dragon. And because Veigar took out that Kindred ult, she will not have it for this dragon. So I think it's the best thing to do for UBC, give this up, give it to SFU. You're up 2 dragons, you don't have to sweat too much on this. But we do have to be careful of that jungle mid synergy. Both of them looking like the superstars of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a good idea to just sort of say, okay, we're not going to get this dragon, let's just take the Herald while you're gone. They were a little late to it, but SFU not going to punish on that.
Herald is going the way of UBC.
That is the second one, so.
It is second Herald. Yeah. Not as impactful for Herald as first Herald. You can get the plates, but can get a lot of advantages on the map with getting some towers down.
Right, like using it to sort of crack that mid tower really opens up so much of the map. They might even use it to get top, get a little more prio.
Oh, V-Flower is not allowed to play this game.
Oh, man.
Veigar TP's down on the last minion and ruins him. Oh, White Knight will not let him play. Ornn also getting a little bit of the wombo combo between the Sion and the Wukong.
Good flash.
Good flash. We'll be able to make it out. He will not get Kampatska's today. Although, as I said, he gets ult, and he does get Kampatska's. Wow. Unfortunate for the Ornn.
But
Wukong does fall.
really big overextension from SFU.
Flash hook! Wow, big play from the Thresh. Thresh really flexing his muscles this game with these hooks.
Yeah, I mean, they just went way too hard on the Ornn there. I think they just had to let him go, and because they killed the Ornn, both of them died.
Yeah, I do not think that was worth, you know, it is just a tank matchup.
Yeah.
And now you're putting kills into other members of UBC's pocket who can carry this game. You know, the Draven, the Kindred, they're forces to reckon with.
Absolutely. And Draven now on 2 items. Kindred also on just 1.
But getting a big invade. Leaving the Krug, just saying, you know what, I don't think this Wukong is going to be up here for a little bit. I'm going to deny him the next level of XP.
Yep. Dragon not spawning for a while, so supports are kind of just looking around. Trying to help out their team where they can, not really trying to establish too much vision around the pit. SFU, though, still great vision bottom side, really safe for anyone who's down there to be pushing up to that tower.
This is also a really good opportunity for Victor to try and catch up in his golden experience before the next fight. Baron up in 10 probably will not be started by either of the teams. Dragon, as you said, won't be up for a very long time. So good opportunity for each team to kind of like, relax.
Yeah, just chill.
Yeah.
Oh. Nope. Nothing.
Raven,
Just
yeah. Just chunking them. Just getting a little chunking. Axe to the
right.
face.
Just telling him to back off a little bit.
Yeah, let him know who's boss. This is my mid lane. Although I'm sure that's what White Knight was saying earlier this time.
Yeah, well, that Victor does have his flash up again, so he won't be punished as easily.
Another little tank brawl in the top lane. Nothing really happening. Both still pretty much at full HP. This is what happens in a tank v tank matchup.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that Wukong is sort of giving so much attention to this Ornn. Like, he's using so many resources to try and kill the Ornn, and like last time, he got punished for it.
Yeah, I feel like it definitely, this bot in this mid is where you want to be carrying the game from. Veigar isn't a very good position to carry, but I think if you're trying to get a second carry up, it's not the Scion that you want to be taking, it's the Lucian.
It is the Lucian. Good cage here.
Yeah, Kindred is able to get that ult off. You're not ult into the Kindred ult, not really going to be able to do much because of that Kindred ult. Ornn going into the backline, trying to flex his assassin muscles. Will get Carbine. Will he be able to kill him? Yes, he will. He'll be able to kill the Ornn and be resurrected. Raven will also fall. Big shutdown going over to Wukong. Big fight from SFU.
Yeah, really, really big for SFU, but also really close. Like, you can see a lot of low health bars on their team there. It was so close to going differently.
Oh no, please leave the Victor. he will stay alive.
He's had enough.
He's had a little bit of a bad day. Oh, he goes in and he will shut down the Veigar.
Oh, that was
his revenge.
SFU is really overstaying every time. Like, I feel like that's where they're losing the most.
Yeah, Veigar really didn't need to be there. I understand Dragon's coming up, but what are you gonna really do into the Dragon when you're at 1 HP?
Right.
You just see there, Flash E from Victor knocks him out.
That's really unfortunate timing on that death too, because that Veigar's dead is 5v4 and they can't really take that Dragon.
Yeah.
That's the sole point for UBC now.
Yeah, and Infernal on a Victor, Kindred, Draven. That's not really something you want to play against.
No, that's deadly right there. They have such high range.
Yeah. And even though this Victor is 1 in 7, Victor doesn't really scale off gold a lot. He scales mostly off of his passive and off levels, being able to get his upgrades on his abilities. Gold would be nice, to get a little bit more items in his pocket, just to do a little more AP. But just being able to get that CS, being able to get those empowered abilities is, where Victor was.
Yeah, and he does have 2 so far. All the most important ones, probably the E and the Q.
Yeah.
He doesn't get his ult upgrade until he gets the final one in the W.
Yeah. So a little more time probably needed for that.
Yeah, the E and the Q are the really important ones for his sort of standard trading.
Draven with an interesting build right now, going 3 legendary items, no mythics as of yet. Yeah. Do you think he'll be going the Eclipse, or do you think he's going to be going Crit Mythic after building 2 crit items?
It is really interesting because I don't see him going the Kraken after going to Lord Dawn.
As we said, a big shutdown from the Veigar. It looks like Kindred had her ult for that fight. Not sure why she didn't pop it. Maybe she was CC'd out of it. Didn't really have a foresight to see that she could get popped. Wow, that is a big pick coming out of SFU. Maybe they can start the Baron. You see some pings going down that way. Scion and Ornn are both bot lane. Ornn with no TP, Scion with TP. This could be a big Baron start for the team.
I mean, yeah, SFU has the TP and a jungler too. UBC missing their smite.
And this tank ball in the bot lane really isn't going to do much. Although Draven is now here. He has LDR, he has Collector. He can do a lot of damage to the Scion. Yeah, Scion's just going to fall, but Baron does go the way of SFU. Not having the Baron on Sion is a little bit annoying because we want him to be split pushing because he is such a good split pusher, but not the end of the world. You can just group us 5, go for the team fight. You have very strong team fight with this Wukong and with this Vega.
That was 268 gold from the Draven passives, by the way.
Wow.
A lot of money for this Draven.
A lot of money for his mythic, you know. Once he gets his mythic too, that's a huge amount of gold. That's like a huge power spike for him. He's already a full item up on the Lucian, although Lucian does have his mythic. But you know that's gonna push him even further ahead.
Right, that was nearly 600 gold from that kill. That should be a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to be going for that Eclipse with the Dirk.
Yeah, you're right. It does seem to be looking that way. I think Eclipse is a pretty good buy this game. You know, a lot of squishy targets on SFU. Don't really need a tank busting, especially since you have that LDR and that Collector.
Yeah.
So, you know, 4 targets that Eclipse would probably be better on.
And Kindred does already have the Kraken Slayer and like some pretty good range, so.
That is true. No need to double up on the ADC items. You know, you have 2 of them. I might as well, you know, spread out the damage, get each of them doing their own job. You know, both can carry. We all know Victor is going to have a lot harder time doing that, so gotta take it where you can.
Right, and on the SFU side, there are no tank killing items, so that Ornn is going to be very, very hard to kill pretty soon.
Yeah, very difficult. Lucian, not really known as being the biggest tank buster in the world. You know, his ultimate is helpful, but gonna be very difficult, especially with Ornn on 2 items.
Yeah,
2 big items, yeah.
You saw right there, too, he just wasn't taking much damage.
Yeah, he can just walk out of there, so see you later. Not happening here. Could be a pick on the Renata here. Maybe she's baiting again. We did see that she got a successful bait which led to the Kindred's death in top side of the map, the Baron. Looks like they're just going to siege this bot lane turret. Cage going down. Cage gone. Could be an opportunity for an engage on the side of UBC. Or an ult coming down. Victor up. Big knock-up. Wukong going in for a knock-up of his own. But 2 kills going the way of SFU. Could be the game-deciding fight. Another kill going the way of SFU, and it is just a full team wipe for SFU. They'll be entering the base, and this is looking like an end for SFU into UBC, winning the first game of the West Coast Brawl.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Baron, they've got all 5 members. This is looking really good end for SFU. And that Renata ult, that fight, that was really, really huge. If she doesn't hit that, I think they lose that fight.
Yeah, that was really big from the Renata. You know, having that Draven and that Kindred killing each other, and having them kill the Ornn as well, because, you know, who needs a tank killer when you could just have your own tank killers kill your own tank? So, you know, not really necessary. Big game coming out of SFU, coming out of the gates swinging. Doesn't need bot lane carry, as we were predicting in the beginning. Just needs the Veigar to really assert his dominance on the Flower. You know, and that's it for the first game.
Right, so we'll have to see how UBC adapts. I think SFU could definitely do something similar, maybe even playing something a little more aggressive in that mid lane, try and snowball the game even further, but we'll have to see after the break.
Yeah, for sure. Welcome back to the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We are here for Game 2 of SFU versus UBC. SFU with the win last game. Big stuff coming out of them. I believe we're going to be going into draft soon. Tyler, what do you think of the last game?
I mean, it was pretty close. It was a lot closer than our Waterloo versus UTM game, so I'm excited to see how this one goes. And already we can see the Scion, the Vagar taken off by SFU. Both were played last game, and then the Annie and the GP taken off by UBC.
Yeah, I think makes sense for the Vagar and the Scion to be banned. You know, they were really big power picks last game for SFU. Kiana, Annie, GP. Kiana, Annie were banned again last time. Just target banning Flower, wanting to put him on an uncomfortable pick. I'm really hoping that UBC can put Flower on a more active mid laner this game. Didn't really have much impact last game, got really bullied in the mid lane. Hopefully he can, come back into this next one.
I actually think SFU and UBC are swapped, so.
Oh yeah, I think the names are.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's fine. We can just roll with it.
Yeah, Lucian will be the first pick.
Again, that Lucian, he's had such high prio and such high impact these games. Not as much actually last game as we were expecting, but still a really, really solid pick.
Yeah, I really want to see UBC pick up the Wukong. Wukong today has 100% win rate. Last 3 games, all games won.
It does.
So I'm really hoping they actually prioritize the Wukong here. I think it's a really powerful pick. And everyone's been popping off on it. We do see the Zillion picked up. Zillion, a very good pick, very good flex, can go support, can go mid. We'll see where they end up putting it. I'm assuming this is going to be either a jungle or a bot lane pick in this next pick. We'll
Right,
see
yeah. I am
what they do
hoping
at
for that
picking.
Wukong or maybe another sort of one of the carry ADCs that we talked about, like the Twitch, the Center, the Zeri.
Yeah, all three of them are open, so it's gonna be really big.
Oh.
It will be Ezreal's pick. Ezreal not a bad pick. Ezreal is also a very big hyper carry. Very very nice during this patch. A lot of different build options you can go. You can go the Trinity Force build. You can go the Divine Thunder build. You can go the no Mythic build. Lots of different options for him. Nami looking like it'll be paired with Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, with the Ezreal Zillion locked in right away, sort of that opens up SFU to be picking sort of one of those bully supports to pair with that Lucian so they can really just stomp that lane really hard.
Yeah, Nami, like as you're saying, Nami Lucian, uh, such a good play together. Syndra is being hovered. Syndra's locked in. Not a very popular pick right now, especially after durability changes. A lot of people are saying she's not a very strong mid laner after durability. So it'll be interesting to see what White Knight can actually do with this pick.
Right, and he picked that blind as well, so I'm not sure if that's an ego pick or maybe it's just a super comfortable pick for him.
Yeah, and it'll be Darius that's picked up for UBC. Another blind pick, unless this is going mid lane.
I,
Um,
I'm
it's
not sure
another
about
blind.
that one though. Uh, you don't see Darius mid too often, but yeah, I definitely agree with you that it's weird they picked their top laner before mid. 'Cause now
Yeah, and I feel like
SFU will
Darius is
have
a
the
very
chance.
counterable top
Yeah,
laner as well.
yeah, for sure. And I feel like SFU will have the chance to ban out any Syndra counters they don't want to play against. That Wukong
Wukong is
though,
banned.
yep,
Very smart ban. If you don't want to pick
big
it
ban.
up, ban it away. It's a very strong pick. Very good. First game, but we won't see Wukong. But keeping that his 100% pick ban.
And let's see what SFU go with. Maybe a mid laner. I maybe a jungler, but oh,
It'll be the Kindred ban.
Kindred.
I
Yeah,
like the Kindred ban. I think Kindred was really strong that game. I think if their mid laner wasn't as behind as they were, the Kindred could have done a lot more damage.
right. That
Um,
Veigar was really big that game.
yeah, so it was very hard for Kindred to really do much that game. But I think if she had any opportunity to do stuff, as she would against this kind of a team composition, she would be very, very strong.
Right, because Lucian's trying to get in there up close and personal, and Kindred just throws the R down, and Lucian's sort of just caught out. Aesol
Uh,
ban?
okay, not
Okay.
really a pick that we see a lot. Maybe it's a
Um.
specialty, but mid lane was selected by SFU, so
Yeah.
maybe it's an ego ban. Just showing you, hey, we don't really care very much. Echo will be banned on the side of SFU, taking away an AP mid jungle option. Um, not a bad ban, especially if they want to go for an AD mid if they think it's a Darius mid angle. I'm not sure how Darius fits into Syndra, but yeah, could be interesting.
Yep. And then we'll see. TF. Is it TF?
It will be
Yes.
TF. Weird they didn't pick this in first rotation and saved it till now.
Yeah.
Um, I would have preferred seeing a mid pick and then a jungler R4 and then save top lane counter pick. I mean now they'll have jungler counter pick, so that'll be very interesting. See what they pick up with the Twisted Fate. I'd like to see more of carry jungler since Twisted Fate is more of a facilitating
Right.
mid laner. Urgot is looking what would be picked into Darius. Urgot very good in lane versus Darius, especially if he can get those flips off. If he keeps very very close to that Darius, then it'll be very hard for Darius to really do much.
Right. And Urgot, even without Hullbreaker, he's got really, really strong split push with that sort of that W that he can sort of weave his auto attacks into as well.
Yeah, yeah. Zach being picked up, a little tank option for the team, really showing that their plan is to carry through the solution and the Syndra. Urgot they can carry through as well. With that Hullbreaker, as you were saying, he could be a split pushing menace on that side. But I think this is really showing out they want to push that mid bot power. And there'll be another Hecarim that is logged in on side of UBC. Hecarim getting a lot of priority in this tournament, at
Yeah.
least today. Very interesting to see.
I really actually like SFU's draft. I think it's really easy to execute in the team fight as well as sort of Zach ganks and Zach laning with his
Yeah,
mostly the Syndra and the Lucian I'm thinking of. Like whereas sort of UPC, they're more looking for that level 6 with that TF ult to show up in your lane, hit you with the gold card, and maybe get a pick.
yeah. I agree with you 100%. I think SFU, really clear win condition, really clear way they want to play the game. Even though it may be clear and simple and easy to predict, very hard to deal with if it's executed on properly, and it's not even a hard comp really to execute on. A lot of combinations they could do. UBC a little bit more difficult to execute, but I think a big payoff if they can get that Ezreal ahead, if they can get that Darius ahead. Mid jungle is very powerful. A lot of roaming opportunities with that Twisted Fate, with that Hecarim. They can help out a lot. Not a lot of carrying that could come out of that mid lane, but maybe that's what their changes. They're like, you know what? We're not going to win mid lane. White Knight, maybe V Flower's like, I will take a step back. White Knight was a lot more than I thought I could handle. I want to go more to supportive route this game, which I don't think is a bad change up if that's what they're going for.
Right, right. And I think UPC definitely has a lot of single target bursts with that gold card, and then like Ezreal and Zillion that are able to follow up on that. It looks like Ezreal is going with the TP though, which is something sort of we're seeing a lot lately. So it gives
Mhm.
him a much easier time in lane, especially into a bully like that Lucian and the Nami.
Yeah, a lot safer on recall. He won't get punished as hard, especially if they do a big crash on their lane. Um, I think Lucian Nami very dangerous. Early game power is not something to be messed with. So Ezreal Zillion will have the work cut out for him.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
UPC's comp is a very run at you kind of comp, and
Mhm.
I think SFU definitely has the tools to shut that down. So we'll see how this one plays out.
Yeah. How do you think Kinkatsu's gonna do? Lots of fans in the chat right now coming out for Kinkatsu. Uh, you know, a lot of people talking about his Scion, maybe like a little Scion protege himself. Putting out the Urgot, a lot of people saying morbing on them. What's gonna happen in this game with him?
Well, he's got to be careful of that Darius level 1. Darius doesn't have Ignite, but he does have the Ghost, so if he starts W, he'll be able to sort of run down the Urgot, which could be detrimental to that gameplay, but I think level 2 maybe could look for something. But we saw how good he could be on that Scion, so
Yeah,
let's see
especially
it.
him and T-Lan like
Yep,
sync
that's
up like they were
exactly what I
doing
was thinking.
in that last game. It could be dangerous. Well, leading into the draft a little bit more. We've talked a lot about this draft. Um, very, very going to be very interesting games tomorrow. We know Waterloo is going to be there. One of SFU or UBC is going to be there. Are you excited for the games tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not going to be casting those, but I'll be watching for sure.
Me neither. I'll be in the stands as well, so we can enjoy those together. But yeah,
Yep,
I think it'll be interesting, especially since this will be a guaranteed East versus West Coast
that's
matchup.
true.
Get to see who's the more dominant side of Canada. Is it the East? Is it the West? Who knows? I guess we'll see tomorrow. Then after that, we do have Valorant coming up.
Right.
Valorant's gonna be very interesting.
That'll be big.
Not sure if there's a lot of Valorant fans in the chat, but the round of 8 does start on the day after tomorrow, which is Wednesday. So that's when Valorant starts if you are interested in Valorant. But today and tomorrow will be the last of the League of Legends tournament with the finals tomorrow. Will this be the last game of today? Will SFU take it home, or will UBC push it to a game 3? We will see when we get into game.
Right, and you got to be hoping for a game 3, especially between these two teams
Absolutely.
after that game 1.
Oh, what a bloodbath that game was! It was a very fun
Yeah.
game to watch. I'm hoping something very interesting again this game. I think, especially since this game, there's a lot less scaling, a lot more early
Yeah.
game threat from this game. I think we're gonna get a lot of action. Um, I think we're gonna have a lot of early game action.
Right, and as we're getting into the game, where do you think the junglers are going to be starting this game?
I think Zach is going to be wanting to start on his top side, go and help that Lucian get an early pick. Because I think if Ezreal gets too far ahead, he will run a mess over this game. But if you don't let Ezreal get too far ahead, who's going to be the carry of this UBC team? Is it going to be Darius? Darius isn't really known for being carry. He can, but he's going to have to deal with the Urgot first.
Right. I think this Ezreal, he's really got his work cut out for him too. He's the only one who can really match his range is that Lucian ult or the Syndra, so we'll see if he's able to sort of play around that and just keep landing those Mystic shots.
Yeah, and with that, we will be getting into the game. UBC on the red side, SFU on the blue side.
Welcome
Will this be the last game of the series, or will not be? It looks like it's gonna be a bot lane
Oh, this is
matchup.
what I like to see.
5v5, a little bit of an Earth.
They see
a little
each
bit
other.
of Earth game. They see each other. Will it be a little poking going out? Looks like SFU doesn't want to do the tango. UBC just poking out with the Ezreal and the Zillion. SFU backing off.
Now there is some mental
Kankatsu
edge there
waiting.
for UBC.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think Kankatsu is very happy about that. You know, he seemed like he was a very big like Chad player that last game. You know, he wanted to assert dominance, be alpha. I don't think he's very happy about backing up there. We'll see if that affects him in the top lane matchup.
And UBC sticking around for more.
They're really hoping to catch someone out here. You know what? I like to see this. You know, change it up. You know, back against the wall, start swinging. You know, that's when
Right.
someone's the most dangerous. They have nothing to lose. They'll go for all the crazy plays. I'm hoping they continue with that throughout this game.
So both junglers are actually going to be starting bottom, both pathing up to the top side. They might be thinking Ezreal's like just too hard of lane to gank. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, it is a very safe lane. Very volatile top lane. So
Yeah.
you know, not bad for both junglers to go after. You know, whoever wins, whoever gets the first kill in this lane could just snowball into a full game victory.
right. Both top laners looking for a little bit of a cheese here, waiting in the bush to see their enemy show up
Both coming out at the same time.
at the same time.
I'm not sure if that was a Darius auto or Darius W on the minion. I couldn't really tell. If that was a W, if it is a W star for Darius, that's quite interesting. But more likely a Q star with a weird animation.
Yeah, and sort of this is how Ezreal's gonna have to play. He's gonna have to play really far back because Lucian Nami, even like especially earlier, I put up some insane numbers.
Yeah, getting that level 2 advantage, you know, it's what you expect from this lane. Really big lane bullies in the early game. It's why we see it so much. You know, I think both champions aren't really the same without each other. You know, you see Lucian without Nami, and he looks good, but not as good as with Nami, and same way the other way around. You know, Nami looks a lot better with Lucian. So this is one of those lanes like a Zyra Khan where they just both kind of empower each other.
Right. Are you ever playing an ARM game where you get like a really good duo, like Twitch Lulu or Zyra Khan, Lucian Nami, and then the person that like the other half they just swap off at the last second?
Oh, that's my least
Does that
favorite.
happen to you? Oh my
That's
god.
I
Makes
hate
me
that so
so
much.
mad.
Do you know what though? I've been playing a lot of ARAM with my friend recently, and we've come up with a new combo. Well, not really a new combo. We call it the you know, it's a Nunu Rise.
Oh,
What
yes,
we do is
yeah.
we Nunu ult in a bush, you know, Rise ult into the back line. That's our favorite combo.
That was so fun. And looks
Zach
like a
going in
gank
for top
here.
lane burns the flash of the Darius, but Hecarim is here. You know, we see the top lane starts from both junglers coming in here. Neither person died, but Zach taking big chunkening to his HP bar.
Right, and that's jungle flash for top lane flash. Darius still has the ghost, so he's not super vulnerable. It looks like top and jungler are both walking towards mid.
Nami taking a big chunk, but Ezreal taking one in return. Not sure what you would favor there. I'd say that I'd be much more happy on the SFU side having the Ezreal be on low HP. Much harder to catch, but you know, once you do now, he's very hard to take. Hecarim going for the scuttle back. Takes it, and will walk away really easily.
Ah, Nami got 40 gold though.
Yeah,
You could say it's worth it.
I agree. I think it is worth. Not, I'd be typing in worth in all chat right now. Just trying to get the little edge. You know, try and tilt the enemy. Sad B can't get the ward. Unfortunate. Yeah, it's sport's worst nightmare.
Couldn't quite get the board in the bush though either. It's again, it's worse nightmare.
You know, with this bot lane, we could be seeing a lot of change-ups coming into the bot lane meta. Right now, we see a lot of Zeri, we see a lot of Ezreal, we see a lot of Senna. But we have a Sivir MSU actually coming in.
Right.
So, are you excited for that?
Yeah, I am excited for that. I think bot lane actually was one of the roles that was hit pretty nicely with the durability patch. Actually, I mean you know how AD carries were pre-durability patch. Yeah. It was not a good time. So they're at least a little better.
Yeah.
With a lot more variety too, for sure. Instead of just Jinx every game.
It feels so nice that like an 0-2 Blue Cane doesn't get to just one-shot me as an A carry anymore. It's just the best feeling in the world now.
Right.
A little trading from the supports, trying to See who's boss. Darius is up 10 CS, but the way he's pushing into Urgot and he has to recall after getting chunked out. Doesn't have TP on his side of things. Urgot did use his. Get back to lane. Syndra and Twisted Fate also matching their TPs. You know, little TP check for all you in chat.
Azrael still has his TP.
Still just poking, prodding.
I think Danny even ran the TP, EG Danny, on the Azrael earlier this week.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it makes sense too. EG Danny, not really known for his like lane prowess, but his team fighting masterclass. You know, we all know the Danny Baron.
Right.
So yeah, makes sense for him as a player. Although gets chunked out Ezreal, but Hecarim coming in to help out does manage to knock back the Lucian. So a nice flash. Twisted Fate does come down. Low HP on the Lucian, and he survives on the skin of his teeth as well as Twisted Fate getting ignited by the Nami. All summoners burned on the SFU bot side.
Yeah, they did get the heal from the Zillion to save that Twisted Fate too.
Heal from the Zillion, flash from the Twisted Fate, ult from the Twisted Fate. You'd like to see a lot more come out from that Twisted Fate ult. You know, we did talk about maybe a better, like a more aggressive early game. Although it is looking now like we're seeing a down on T1, 30 minutes of no kills.
Yeah, that was it was quite the game to watch. Half of it was not seeing who was gonna win; it was seeing who was gonna get the first kill.
The first kill, yeah. It was, I'm pretty sure lots of bets were going off for that game.
Yeah. Now, Dragon is up, and UBC have really, really great vision around that. The wards around mid and in the pit. Concusta backing away a little bit. Doesn't want to fight the Darius, even though he's up a level.
Twisted Fate looking for roam, but doesn't look like he'll be able to find one.
I have dabbled in the Urgot a little bit myself.
Oh yeah?
He's probably waiting to level 9 where you can get that sort of Q that's permanently up, or the W I should say that's always up. He's a lot stronger when he gets that.
Yeah, for sure. I've been watching a little bit of Goliath games myself. You know, the Urgot player, and I definitely see that level 9 power coming in. As we talk about this, Nami will be getting knocked back by the Hecarim. Hecarim looking to finish off this kill by himself. Ezreal goes for True Shot Rod to try and get it, but Hecarim will get the first blood. No T1 Dom1 today. There will be kills, and it's going to Hecarim.
I mean, it's a good punish on the lack of flashes that they had earlier. I think something really great junglers should be doing all the time is ganking, and then ganking again after the laners have lost resources like flash or ultimates.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see Hecarim start ponying up with the ganks. You know, really good for him to get that early advantage.
Yeah, and Ezreal, Zillion able to get another wave in, able to get that plate. Really good for them. Oh, and they're able to take Dragon.
No, very nice. All you can watch from an early game. UBC getting a much nicer early game this time around. You know, no mid lane death so far.
Right.
What you can hope for.
He doesn't have that flash though, so I have a feeling T-Lam might be on his way.
Yeah. Oh, Zach, for now, going towards the top lane, will do a little sticky surprise onto the Darius.
Oh.
Darius chunking him down to 2 HP. Will he burn to death? Doesn't look like it, but Urgot flipping him back under the tower. Taking a lot of HP down. Will get the chains and swallow him whole. Darius going down for overstaying onto the Zac. A great combo. And once again, we see T-Lam and Katska having a great top jungle synergy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Darius thought he could maybe cheese out a free Zac passive, but Concusta was right there with the Urgot ult finishing him off. Great E-Flash.
That's a hard name. I wish it could be an easier name to pronounce.
It is a little tricky. I'm just going to call him Urgot.
Yeah.
And this is sort of very common. You'll see Urgot's rushing the Tiamat and then rushing Boots, and then he's probably going to finish that Titanic. You don't go a Mythic on Urgot for a while.
It looks like Zac passive was actually procced in that last fight, so you know, not too bad for Darius.
It's something. It's something. Not gold, but it's something.
It is something, you know. Maybe help out his bot lane here, as bot lane has to flash away. Zillion flash. We're Twisted Fate TPing down. Lots of focus on the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate might be going down here, resurrected by the Zillion ult.
Man, he ate that whole Lucian ult. That was so much damage.
Yeah, Lucian gonna be quite upset with that one. Zillion protecting the life of this Twisted Fate. Hecarim gonna be covering the lane in the mid lane.
Oh.
Will get stunned. Under tower kill. Syndra, will she die to the tower?
Yeah.
She will, so it will be a 1-for-1. Syndra burning the flash. I think I would call that worth for the jungler.
Yeah, for sure. And Syndra doesn't even get that plate that she was working on mid too.
Yeah, and Darius gets to
Died
come
just
down and
before it
collect this
came
big
through.
wave.
And TF with a great match on the Air God as well.
Yeah, be able to get that free farm. You know, Zach going to try and cover this wave, but Darius won't let him do it for free. No passive on this Zach, so
Right,
he
Darius,
gets a big
Darius
chunk
wants to
in-
run it back.
He wants to. I don't think the burn will be enough though. Almost.
It'll
But,
force
you
him
know,
out at least. Let Darius shove that in.
Yeah, Zach's not gonna have a great time. Unfortunately for him, jungle healing is very high. So, gonna be hard.
And it looks like UBC are taking the Herald right now. And I'm not sure that SW are aware of that.
Flash forward by the Lucian, trying to get the Ezreal. A little over aggressive, takes a lot of damage to his HP bar from that.
Yeah, that was
Ezreal
quite,
going for the ult, and it's a kill for the Ezreal, punishing Lucian for his crimes. Nami, close to the chopping block, will not be made into sushi today.
I think Lucian
And-
thought he was out of there, but that Zillion slow just kept him in range of that Ezreal ult.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Corvus was just feeling himself a lot, but, you know, a little egregious to be kind of
Yeah.
flash forward on the Ezreal there.
That
Maybe he
definitely
thought he
seems
was
a
cooking
little
food instead.
optimistic. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Darius is getting ganked by the Zac, will get ulted by Syndra, and I think
A lot of
this
damage.
is over from the Noxus General. Will Q in, gets the flash from the Zac. Looks like a resurrection coming from Darius.
Oh,
This
this
may be a lot
faster.
closer than expected, may not die. Darius getting the honey fruit, being protected by Zillion, and
Wow.
he will not go down. That was flash, ult, Zac ult, and Syndra ult for this Darius, who burned nothing.
Right.
Other than
Zillion did
Zillion
so
ults.
much for him. He gave him the ult. He popped the honey bit fruit for him. He said, "Here you go. You hungry?"
That is what we call in the business a bit of a support gap. You know,
Where was Nami?
White Knight and T-Lam not happy with that one. Pinging their question mark pinging their Nami right now. Where were you? You know, Lucian's not your only friend. SFU not having the early game they would like.
It's still very, very close though. They're down maybe 1k gold, and a lot of that will be from just CS, like that Twisted Fate passive, which gives you the extra gold for each farm you're getting.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely very good for him. Looks like Hecarim will be going to Trinity Force this game. Not Turbo Chemtech or the Murmon as you've seen a lot. With the Fate coming down with the gold card onto the Lucian. Taking a lot of damage. Hecarim going in for the ult, gets exhausted, but still takes out the Lucian using the clock from Zillion. Big stun
nice
coming out from Syndra. Zac getting the kill onto Hecarim. V-Flower is looking to try and bring something back onto this Zac. Gets the gold card. Healing up a lot is T-Lam. As that happens, a big Syndra ult coming on to the Zillion. Urgot TPing down. Overall, a 1 fight for SFU. 1 for 3.
Yeah, really good fight from them.
Yeah, and we'll be able to secure the dragon as well.
Too.
Or Urgot chasing down the tech. This Ezreal gets the chain and will bring him to the Shredder. Ezreal will not be seeing Lux tonight. He will be going into Urgot's belly. And that will be second dragon going towards SFU. 1 for each. Darius going for the top lane.
Right, you gotta see how much Darius is gonna be able to get done here. I'm not sure if he'll be able to take down this whole tower, but it'll be close.
SFU really recovering from that early game. UBC maybe going a little bit too aggressive onto the SFU members.
Yeah, I mean that's all we've been seeing this game though. We've been seeing the TF using that ult almost on cooldown to TP down onto that Lucian, get his bottom lane ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Ezreal starting with the Essence Reaver this game. Looks like he might. Looks like he's going to go into Murmana next.
And I assume the Duskblade as well, because he's already got that Sheen item.
Could be. We've seen Duskblade Ezreal, we've seen Trinity Force Ezreal, we've seen Divine Thunder Ezreal. You know, Ezreal's a man of many colors.
Personally, I prefer the, it's unpopular opinion, but I do like the Sunder Ezreal the best.
Thunder is very nice, especially into the tanks. Twisted Fate is being shot at by the Lucian. Will survive on the skin of the teeth. Urgot is being fought at with 2v1 in the top lane. Dunked on by the Darius. Kankatska, no top kingdom for you today. Darius will be pulling in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Urgot just didn't know where the UBC jungler was. He was staying way too far under that tower and just had no chance of getting out.
Yeah, and with that top tower going down, Darius has a lot of map movement here. And look for a lot of angles, get some vision into the outside jungle.
Ezreal just misses the cancel and the recall. Nami!
Darius could get to Nami here. Nami flashes away, but will be caught by the Zillion, by the Darius. Zillion picking up the second kill of the game. You know, usually we don't like to see a lot of kills on a support, but Zillion, being the mage that he is not bad to see. We see a power dive going on to the Twisted Fate. Zac pulling him back and forth. Will get gold carded.
He's gonna try and ult out.
Twisted Fate keeping out, but it will not happen. Syndra heading him with the ball, will not be able to teleport out of here. He will pay for sticking around. Although there looks like there might be a turn onto the Zac. Misses, hits the ward with his E, but it looks like it might not matter. Nope, Zac will back away, survive, and stay alive. Wow, that is what target champion only is for, folks. Not being able to hit the ward, hit the champion instead.
Yeah, that was really oh my!
Oh, Vendetta being taken to an inch of his life by Corvus.
That is
showing us what a flash forward Lucian can do.
Yeah.
No, this Lucian really flash Gale Force.
Flash Gale Force.
Really trying to assert himself into this game.
He did almost kill the Ezreal too. Like, that was an absurd amount of damage right there.
Yeah. Nami going for the ult onto V-Flower. V-Flower will sidestep it. Flash forward, gold card, TP coming down. Nami getting chopped up, will get shot down by the Ezreal. Gold card coming out by the Twisted Fate. Will just back off. Be happy with that kill. Zac trying to go in onto the Zac, and Ezreal will not get the connection for the double arm pull. And UBC will sneak away with the kill.
Right, and they're back in the lead. They're up 500 gold, maybe 600.
Yeah, it's looking like it. UBC picking it back up. Not wanting to go down without a fight. Can they bring it back to this game 3? That is what they're doing. Backs against the wall. Swinging for dear life. I was wrong. It looks like it's a Divine Thunderer for Hecarim, not the Trinity Force. He does have a tier, so it looks like there's no Muramon in second, maybe?
Or
we have some Muramon.
Yeah, the Muramon for sure.
I was actually very surprised when I saw that build pickup. When I first saw it, I thought this was troll. I thought somebody was hacking the League API. But it's been very popular nowadays with Hecarim players.
Really?
I've seen a lot of solo queue. I mean, not a lot of professional play Hecarim nowadays, but a lot of solo queuers have been running the Muramon Hecarim.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be. It's got to be pretty good too, because he's casting so much.
Yeah, especially with how often he proxies Q.
Right.
In the middle of
it's
fight,
interesting to see how much Hecarim, like, this much Hecarim in the tournament so far.
Yeah, especially since he hasn't been meta for quite a long time. Since him and Udyr dropped out of meta. Although Udyr has been showing his head a little bit more. A lot of people saying he's a very sleeper OP jungler.
Just waiting for the rework.
Yeah, can't wait for that. It's been a little slow, but you know, a lot of MSUs coming out from Riot Games, so I guess it's understandable. Hopefully it delivers. I'm hoping so. I think Udyr is a really sick champion.
I mean, after like Udyr and Sivir, who are you hoping for?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would love to see a Cho'Gath or a Cho'Gath VGU. I think his model's really old. And as you see that team fight going on, Urgot eating. Oh, he will not eat. He'll be resurrecting the Darius. getting that ult off from Urgot. Urgot not too happy about that. 5v5 still. Lots of low HP targets on the SFU side. The Odetta will slay the Syndra. Zac pushing back. The Darius and going in. Wolfhawk passive, but looks like Zac will be going down. Hecarim on the Dragon. Lucian Nami not able to find their way back into this fight. It looks like it'll be one fight for UBC. Can they steal the Dragon? No, they cannot. It will be a UBC Dragon. Big team fight coming out from UBC. Ezreal poking out this Urgot, not letting Kankatsu get out for free.
Looks like they're
Not
going
afraid
to
of
Baron.
Urgot. Yeah, looks like a will be Baron. Will they be able to get it before Syndra and Zac come to contest? I'm not sure if 2-item Ezreal will be able to melt it too fast, but it is 5 against 1 Baron. TP's coming out from Syndra. Sorry from Urgot, hoping to match. Syndra also TPing now, half HP on the Baron, very low HP on Hecarim.
Oh.
This Hecarim could die straight to Baron, he already used the smite. Hecarim dying to the Baron and to the Urgot. Great team coming out, low HP target for UBC. UBC taking the lead and throwing it back away. Just like Urgot collecting the Zillion and the Darius. SFU triple kill on the Urgot.
I mean, that's a Baron throw you would hate to see. After such a good fight by UBC at the Dragon Pit, to have it sort of thrown away and this Baron throw it's rough.
Yeah,
But I think that fight at the Dragon sort of showed how strong that Zillion would be, because that fight was looking so good for SFU at the start, and then they got that Urgot ult onto the Darius, but that Zillion ult kept all 5 members alive. SFU was super chunked, had no cooldowns left, and they couldn't fight.
Yeah, it's just sad to see what happens. You know, being a little over aggressive with the Baron take, you know, take what you get, go home, you know, recalibrate, get your item spikes, you know, you have that advantage with the gold. Now, SFU has the Baron, and this could not look good for UBC. You know, that mid tower is low. You know, you can have the top tower push. Top tower is also very low. Lots of opportunities for UBC to pick up some gold on the map. Gold being very even with UBC starting to climb.
Right. UBC did have a lead, and SFU with that Baron play caught up and should be taking the lead in terms of gold after this as well. So not the greatest call from UBC.
Yeah. Definitely not one of their smarter plays. But we can see a lot of action coming out on the side of SFU. Going for this mid tower, which will be destroyed. Urgot destroying that top tower earlier with the minion wave. Now SFU trying to push out the bot lane with Syndra. Yeah.
Yeah, their siege isn't the greatest. Like their champs are relatively low range for taking towers.
Yeah, you know, not really a lot of tower takers, I'd say. We'll just have to see. Lucian looking like he's going for a collector second. Is that right?
I think so. Yeah, he's just missing the quick hook on that.
Yeah.
Top lane. Nope.
Urgot going in for Archaean.
I mean, this Urgot does have a lot of pressure. Oh, what the heck?
Hecarim going deep and kills the Lucian. Lucian Nami being caught out. That's a 2-for-0 right now for UBC. Zac, next one on the chopping block. Will they turn the glue into mush? Yes, they will. 3-for-0. Urgot coming down. Maybe he also wants to give it up his life. But you know what? That Baron was a little too easy. It's time for me to, you know, help UBC get back.
I guess both teams just won in game 3 here. I'm not sure what that was, but
So far, it's a little bit of a game of throwing back and forth.
I mean, it is late. Maybe both teams are getting a bit tired.
Yeah, you know, it is a late night. They are on the West Coast, though, so it's a little bit earlier for them.
Oh, that's
than
right.
for us. White Knight put into stopwatch. Darius taking all the tower hits. Will die to tower, but Zillion will be there to pick him back up. Will he die to the Lucian ult? Yes, he will. Corvus taking that back. No tower. Force out of UBC. Gets the 4-man kill, but will not be able to get anything off of it.
He did get collected by that collector we were talking about. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of unwarranted collector hate. It has its place. I don't think it's the best item, but it is fun to build at least.
Yeah, for sure, and especially when UBC doesn't have too many things. They do have a lot of high HP bars with this Darius and with this Hecarim. So definitely a lot of like value in the LDR from the debate. But Collector not too bad when you're trying to go for these low HP targets, especially on the Zillion, the Twisted Fate, and the Ezreal. Try to collect on these low HP targets.
Dragon just spawned. Looks like
SFU will be the first
just
one.
gonna take that right away.
Ezreal's coming out with the ult, won't be able to do anything about it. And that's another dragon going to SFU, 2 apiece, both going for that Ocean Soul. Urgot finding the Ezreal, flashing forward, having the ult onto him. Will he be able to kill him in time for the ult to be procced? No, he won't. Ezreal will be able to survive, gets the Zillion ult just for good measure.
And again, the Zillion's got so much value this game, especially into that Urgot with the ult.
And not able to pick up Ezreal that easily. Zillion putting in a lot of work this game.
Yeah, for sure. Because they've got such good like single target explosion as well on the side of SFU.
You see a siege on this mid tower. We'll be able to get to tier 2. Zach looking for an engage. Will back off. I think that's a smart play. Not really something there to be found. He does have his passive, but will probably be melted by the time he gets in.
Looks like Hecarim also is looking for something.
Looking for flanking. But Twisted Fate will be going towards top side. He has his ult, he has TP, so he can move any fight that really happens. So side laning, not too big of an issue right now. Hecarim waiting in a bush, waiting to see if he can find a flanking angle. We saw what he did to Lucian the last time, and that wasn't even from a flanking angle. So let's see what he can do from the flank. Everyone walking by him right now. He has vision on their entire team. Zach going for this Twisted Fate. Will be gold carded under tower. Will tank and will be rooted under tower, tanking all the tower shots. Darius getting the Syndra. Hecarim going deep for this Nami. Very low HP on this Zach. Will he fall? Nami does fall. Zach being put to low HP will not proc that passive yet. Stun going down onto Lucian. Will back away, but Twisted Fate coming in with the TP and Hecarim going in with the E will claim his life. Zach passive will be proc. Ezreal spawns will be killed, and that will be a clean sweep from the side of UBC.
Right, and that could even be Baron for UBC if they're not traumatized by last time.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a much better Baron angle, especially with Lucian and Zach having much bigger timers. It looks like they will be going towards it with Hecarim starting it up.
And,
Hecarim already defended at half HP. Hopefully someone else can tank it for a little bit. Darius is coming in. Urgot nearby. Syndra coming in. Nami coming in. But it looks like this Baron will be taken before they can get there. Will they be able to clean up a little bit? Stun going down onto Urgot. A turn going onto the Urgot. Baron will be picked up. Darius going in on the Urgot. Urgot will fall to the Ezreal. Nami using a bubble to try and keep them off, and an Everfrost proc. Sorry, bubble will be keeping them away for now. And that will be one kill and a Baron.
Yeah. The Baron, the extra kill on the back of that, they're really happy with that. They're able to sort of take the lead in this game. We'll see what they're able to get done with the Baron, though. That's the most important thing. Their Siege and their sort of split map is a lot better than SFU's, so I think they should be able to use this Baron a little more effectively. Yeah,
hopefully you see a lot of good map movement from them. They have a lot of options, especially with this Twisted Fate ult and Twisted Fate TP. He doesn't have TP now because he's well booked a heal. He still has his ultimate, which will be up very soon, before any fight will break out, very likely. So we will see how they play the map in this case. Ezreal will pick up Eclipse finally, building 3 items and then his mythic.
I mean, I'm not sure if you've seen all this. It's not really drama, but there's a lot of talk about what the best build on Ezreal is, and there are some Veigar V2 sort of followers that are adamant that the Prowler's Claw is by far the best build on Ezreal.
I actually haven't seen the Prowler's Claw very often, but I can see definitely how it would be strong. It was like meta beforehand, a long time ago.
Right, yeah, it's very common, but I haven't really seen too much about it. But apparently, just the bonus pen is so valuable in Ezreal.
SFU looking to collapse onto this UBC in the bot side of the map. We'll just take the blue buff and be happy with that. Urgot finds an engage onto Darius. Darius being taken up, eaten by the Urgot, will be resurrected by the Zillion. Hecarim going down. Darius getting a second chance at life, but will be shut down by the Lucian. 2 for 0 on the side of SFU. Will be able to pick up this their third Drake.
Right, and that puts them on soul point, game point. Somebody's got to match this TF though with the Baron. It's interesting.
Ezreal on the top
Oh,
side,
that is
Syndra matching. Will be a dragon picked up. TP for TP. You know, I think mid TP probably a little more impactful than the ADC's TP, since ADCs tend to be with the Syndra all the time anyways. But Twisted
nice.
Fate and Ezreal coming in with the gold card into Ezreal Q combo to take out the Syndra and the tier 2 top lane turret. That's coming to get
really
a
nice
piece
trade.
of action from them.
Yeah, really nice trade from UBC.
Yeah, very, very nice. Trying to use his Baron to its full potential, even though they lost a bit in the bot lane. Trying to get the most out of it, doing very well to play this map. Baron has now run out, looking for a pick onto Happy Heart. Happy Heart being chunked out by the Ezreal. Next, Corvus is here, gets chunked by the Zillion, and will be finished off by the Twisted Fate ult. That is the bot lane gone for SFU.
Man, this game is like such a close back and forth. I wouldn't be surprised if this one goes to Dragon Soul. So in like 4 minutes, we'll see. Maybe if SFU are able to get that soul and finally get a solid lead, maybe break open an inhib. We'll see if maybe UBC is able to get an inhib here. I doubt it.
Yeah. Something I do want to talk about here is the Putrefier coming out for Twisted Fate. We've seen this before with Dom 1. Showmaker took out the Putrefier. The idea behind it is basically that if you proc Font of Life with the Putrefier on Twisted Fate, you can heal people. You can give people heals on the side of your team, which gives them all the
buff, the anti-heal.
Yes, the Grievous Wound.
Yeah.
Basically, it's the combination between the Resolve secondary runes and the Putrefier. As it is, there's a fight going down on the bot lane. Zac being taken out very low, but will keep his passive alive. Continuing a siege onto this bot tier 2. UBC doing a really good job, not trading their lives and keeping the damage heavy onto this tower. Play very safe, keeping backing off. Very smart play coming out from UBC right now, not wanting to take any chances. Kankatsuya, are you caught? Darius pulls him back in, won't let him escape. Everfrost going down on him. Lots of damage coming out. Zac will be going, but it's a double kill coming out the way from SFU. Oh, no, Zillion picking up Darius. And Hecarim only for a little bit. Zac passes across. Great story. Lucian going in for a flash Gale Force again to keep this Lucian alive. And it'll be 2 for 0 for SFU.
This game is so close. I can't tell who's winning any fights. But it is really interesting what you were mentioning with the anti-heal, because a lot of people with the new changes to anti-heal, it's been nerfed, right? Yeah. So Zillion and Twisted Fate both have the Grievous Wounds, where on SFU side they sort of seems like they don't value anti-heal quite as much, where it's only the Zac with the Thornmail. And I would even say that UBC has more healing than SFU.
Yeah, and it makes sense, you know, on the two characters to have it with. Twisted Fate, he's really a utility champion. He's not really going to be carrying your game, so if you want to have these items, you put it on a character like him. Almost didn't collect the run buff Ezreal, but he ends up getting at the end. Twisted Fate will be fighting Syndra in the bot lane. Wanting to back off Syndra, having a lot more damage, as we're saying, since Twisted Fate will be supporting more. He does have a Magi, so he will have a decent bit of AP on him. Zac being taken out by the Darius, gets dunked on. And since he has no passive, he will be going down to the Shadow Realm. Chase going down from Hecarim, going in on this bot lane again. This bot lane cannot survive the wrath of the horse. Getting up into their base.
Right, this could be dangerous for SFU, down 2 members.
Yeah, and it could be a Baron take, as you're saying, dangerous indeed. Twisted Fate keeping him a bait in the mid lane, not letting him push in to this mid turret. And this will be an easy Baron for UBC.
They could even just go straight to Dragon as well. Zach is not going to be respawning for another 10 seconds. So it'll be very tight. They won't have any time to set up.
We were talking as the draft was going on that, you know, UBC, they really have to put a lot of effort into this Ezreal. Ezreal has to be the main carry, and he's really, doing what they need. 8, 1, and 10, pumping out tons of damage, and the SFU, they're really getting punished for not taking advantage of these Ezreal, for not trying to put him behind, get the Lucian ahead. This Ezreal's running a mess onto this team as they go for UBC's third dragon of the game, putting both teams on the soul point.
Yeah, I mean, UBC does have so many more kills on SFU, but SFU are keeping this game really, really close. It's only one
not
power
wanting
advantage.
to go to a game 3 SFU, maybe wanting to close it out as quickly as possible.
So let's see if they can weather this sort of barren storm, maybe look for a really nice 5v5 like they've been doing, getting those important kills.
Yeah, and of course, as this game gets later and later, the scaling on the Syndra comes up, but also the scaling of the Ezreal. Ezreal has built all of his items, so we'll see if he sells his boots for another item to do more damage. But this is basically as powerful as the Ezreal is going to get. In saying that, he is very, very powerful.
Right, he does have that GA, so he's super safe, plus the Zillion ult if he needs it on top of the GA. So he should be very, very hard to kill.
Yeah, very difficult for SFU trying to kill. They will be getting this mid inhibitor. Darius in the middle of the fight will get eaten by Urgot. Gets resurrected by the Zillion ult. Zap in the middle of the enemy team. Hecarim diving in deep. Will take out No, he will not take out Corbin. It's a turnaround. Nami hits the bubble. As is happening, they're sieging the Nexus turrets. Outside of UBC.
4 versus 4.
Kafka getting chunked out a little bit. Low HP bars on the side of SFU. As that VF Flower gets the pick onto Corvus. Darius throws him deep for the Nami, but will not pick up the kill. Ezreal trying to get this Urgot. Will get the kill. Will go up for the Nami and for the Syndra. Will pick both of these up, and UBC will clean up this game, making it 1-1 on his side.
And that's game 3 right there.
Yeah, so we will be going to a game 3 between SFU and UBC. Wow, what a game.
What a game.
Lots of blood being shedded on both sides. Not a very quick early game, but, really ramped up during the mid game.
Right. Yeah, it was really a back and forth. I'm not sure how long that one went, but 3 dragons apiece. I don't even know how many barons went down that game, but that was a really, really close one.
Yep. We saw that high scaling from that Ezreal, playing to the win condition on side UBC. I think we keep caster cursing these drafts. We keep saying, one draft looking better, that draft ends up losing. I think caster curse
we
coming
should
in
stop
a little
doing
bit
that.
there. Maybe we need to work on our draft analysis a little bit more, or maybe the teams are listening on this. Like, you know what? We're showing we're going to draft this. We have this prepared.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
so-
and with that, we'll just go to the break. Should be 10 minutes to game 3. We'll see you then.